Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Space Fams, good to see you here on this New Year's Eve. Galactic New Year's, it's happening. Hopefully you're ready. Hopefully you got snacks and drinks and everything prepared for tonight. Technically, it's already the new year for much of the planet. We're counting down the New Year's, the ball dropping in New York City. As you can see up in your left-hand corner. Goth Docs, thank you for the remembershipping. Thank you for that. Shoutouts first here. Hermit Horologist, Mr. Spock, Mozart, Frizla, Sarah Layla, Joe 4771, Jetman, Schmegley, Captain Homer, Goth Dogs, More Than Dinky Cap, and Man to the Pivot. Good to see all of you folks here. It's a beautiful night. It is New Year's Eve. 2025, good riddance, am I right? Terrible year. Ridiculous year for crazy people. 2026 can't come soon enough. Hopefully it will bring good things. Fingers crossed, knock on space wood. We had a wild year here at the Galactic News Network, of course. You know, we got monetized earlier this summer, then the end of September, lost the YouTube channel. Went 3 months without it. Now we're back. I guess let's talk about 2025 and what's to come. Let's start here. I think would be best. America, fuck yeah. But really, this applies to anybody from anywhere. Let's talk about those New Year's resolutions, Space Fams. Do you have any? Are you planning on making any? And what's your strategy for keeping those goals?
Just hours away from 2026. Do you have your New Year's resolution yet? Well, according to recent studies from Columbia University and Forbes Health, about half of Americans make New Year's resolutions. Only a quarter stay committed after a month, and less than 10% actually accomplish their goals. To talk more about how to keep those resolutions, let's bring in Dr. Lisa Palmer. She's a psychotherapist and founder of the Renew Center of Florida and Renew Me. Lisa, thanks so much for being here.
Only 10% of people keep their New Year's resolutions. That's not great. The odds are not fantastic. 1 in 10 people actually achieve their resolutions. They manage to achieve the things that they set out to do in the year. Much less than you would think. All right, I'm moving this over here because it's in the way of the video. It's bugging me. That's the size is fine.
Is it so hard for people to stay on track with these promises, and how do we make more manageable changes?
I know every year people come up with a list of their to-do list, and then it quickly falls apart after about a week or two, right? And I think the key is changing your mindset. It's not really something people talk about a lot, but if we change our mind, we can really change our life, Lindsay.
Yes.
What are some simple steps? I mean, I know for me
change our
personally, I have
minds.
been trying to do like a meditation habit, like simple 10 minutes a day, nothing too crazy. And I even find that to be too hard. I have all the apps. What are some simple steps to create new habits so that it's really ingrained every day?
Right. You have to have motivation. It starts with motivation. Again, that goes back to changing your mindset, changing your core belief systems, and believing that you can, and that you're capable, and feeling valued and feeling worthy and all of those things. And going back to changing your mindset and maybe getting the help and the coaching that you really need to stay motivated, to stay on track, and to create goals that are in alignment with your purpose. Because if you can do that, you can stay on track longer and for a longer period of time. And remember, we're always going to have those pitfalls and fail sometimes, but we want to rise after the fall. They say fall 5 times, stand up 6. So trying to keep that momentum, get the coaching that you need, and again, work on your mind.
Now, what's interesting about this is I get that she runs a company called Refresh. I wonder if she is a consultant, maybe a New Year's Eve resolution consultant. She keeps bringing up consultant. You need support. You need consultants. You need support. You need an entire team to help you get your goals done this year. Okay.
So that you can align better and really make those habits come alive and happen.
Talk to me more about that giving yourself grace component, that if you do, miss a couple of days of whatever your goal is, to get back on that horse.
Resilience is key, right? Because nothing in life is perfect. And so we want to remain present and always be aware of where we are today and try to bring our best for today. And maybe your best for today is your 85% yesterday, but also giving yourself that pat on the back and being positive within yourself. So building on your strengths is so important. And again, if you do the same thing that you haven't gotten the results for in the past, don't do those things again. Try something different, because a lot of people get into this habit of mishandled difficulties. And we do the same thing, we get the same results. So you want to try to check yourself, do things different, take small steps, give yourself a pat on the back, and be positive and stay in gratitude, because gratitude.
Stay positive and graceful and mindful and focused, goal-oriented. Let me think of some more buzzwords here. Space fams. Whatever you set out to do this year, if you set out to do anything, I hope that you set out to do something that actually makes you happy. And, my advice to you is just get started. If you want something, the best way to get it done is to just get it started. That is often, I feel like, the hardest thing to do. And perhaps things will just fall into place once you actually get things moving on those goals of yours in life. And just setting out to do something differently in your life, to achieve something. Whatever it might be, something that you actually want, especially. I think you just having that mindset of
なんとなく生きてんじゃないですか。
I think it's probably good.
迷ってんじゃないですか。生き生きさい。簡単ですよ。過去のことを思っちゃダメだよ。なんであんなことしたんだろうって怒りに変わってくるから。未来のことも思っちゃダメ。大丈夫かな。不安になってくるでしょ。ならば一生懸命一つのところに命をかけ。そうだ。今ここを生きていけばみんな生き生きするぞ。諦めんなよ。諦めんなお前。どうしてそこでやめるんだ。そこでもう少し頑張ってみろよ。ダメ諦めたら周りのことを思えよ。応援してる人たちのことを思ってみろって。あともうちょっとのところなんだから。俺だってこのマイナス10度のところしじみが取れるって頑張ってんだよ。絶対やってみろ。必ず目標達成できる。だからこそネバーギブアップ。
There you go, Space Ams. A little bit of New Year's motivation for you. From some guy in the middle of a lake. All right. Now let's go to some of the top moments in U.S. politics in 2025. First, with the Associated Press.
President Trump's favorite economic tool is the tariff.
Tariffs on Mexico, on Canada, on China.
You added 120,000 jobs.
Executive order to ban men from competing in women's sports. It's about time.
For the first time in history, flying over the recently renamed Gulf of America.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Indian King Abdullah.
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
French counterpart Emmanuel Macron.
Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba.
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Trump has cut short talks with Ukraine's leader.
Your country's in big trouble. Wait a minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
I, Marco Rubio.
Pamela Bondi. Tulsi Gabbard.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Do solemnly swear.
First cabinet meeting of President Trump's second term.
One of the most important initiatives is Doge.
We're here at USAID headquarters. They've been given 15 minutes to go inside and bring all their personal belongings out.
This is what democracy looks like. Arrest Elon Musk.
And to my fellow citizens, America is back. DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. Secret Service Director to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
A well-known Palestinian activist at Columbia University was arrested by ICE agents.
Secretary Rubio reserves the right to revoke the visa of Mahmoud Khalil.
ICE is off our campus now!
The Trump administration has sent hundreds of immigrants to El Salvador and Honduras.
A journalist was added to a Signal chat where Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth detailed U.S. airstrikes on Yemen Houthis.
The Secretary of Defense did something that was reckless.
Nobody's texting war plans, and that's all I have to say about it.
Trump is the first U.S. president to serve as chairman of the Kennedy Center.
We're going to make a lot of changes. Pretty much everything. Needs a lot of work. My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. As they charge us, we charge them less, so how can anybody be upset? Very happy Easter to everyone.
At 7:35 this morning, Pope Francis died. He was 88 years old. He was history's first Latin American pope.
President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met before the funeral service for Pope Francis in the Vatican.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says he will meet with President Trump.
We don't need anything from Canada. When I say they should be a state, I mean that.
It's not for sale, won't be for sale, ever.
But never say never. Never say never.
President Donald Trump travels to the Middle East. Reportedly, he'll accept a luxury Boeing jumbo jet from the royal family of Qatar.
They're giving us a free jet. I could say no, or I could say thank you very much.
Elon Musk is criticizing the Trump legislative agenda.
Elon Musk is leaving his government role as a top advisor to President Donald Trump.
He's my friend, and he's done a fantastic job. He didn't need this.
President Trump is responding aggressively to protests over his immigration policies in Los Angeles.
Tensions escalating in Los Angeles as members of the National Guard use rubber bullets and tear gas to control thousands of protesters.
Opponents of President Donald Trump's administration are rallying in hundreds of cities during the military parade in Washington, which also happens to coincide with Trump's birthday.
President Donald Trump says a ceasefire between Iran and Israel is in effect after the deal initially faltered, leaving Trump frustrated with both sides.
They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
After nearly 27 hours of debate, Senate Republicans passed President Donald Trump's signature bill.
Republicans in the House hope to quickly pass President Donald Trump's tax and spending cuts package.
The motion is adopted.
I think this is one of the saddest days in modern American history.
President Trump is mourning the victims of the flash flooding in Texas last weekend.
My deepest sympathy to all of the parents who lost beautiful young souls.
Jeffrey Epstein is back in the
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
President Trump headed to Alaska for his
Wow, AP with the sound shots over
about
here.
Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. Still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
President Trump headed to Alaska for his summit with President Putin of Russia.
There was no deal reached on a ceasefire, as Trump had promised. Now all eyes are turning to Ukrainian President.
When it ends, I can't tell you, but the war is going to end.
President Donald Trump says he's deploying the National Guard to make the nation's capital safer.
The Trump administration has asked a military base outside of Chicago for support on immigration operations.
The Vice President and the Secretary of Defense made an unannounced visit to Union Station today.
Charlie Kirk is dead after being shot during an event at a Utah college.
Please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
None of us will ever forget Charlie Kirk. Aww. And neither now will history.
President Donald Trump is coming to Britain for a state visit.
This is the first time that a head of state has been invited with a visible letter.
We'll be having a big discussion tomorrow about autism.
So taking Tylenol is not good.
As a mom of a child with autism, I felt like maybe I was being blamed for that.
We're inside one of the Senate office buildings trying to find senators to talk about the government shutdown.
Welcome everybody to day 2, day 3, day 10, day 14 of the Democrat government shutdown.
So I was covering a typical roundtable with President Trump. In the back of the room, Secretary Rubio had stepped in. Once I saw him reach over and grab a notepad, this was out of the ordinary and something was going to happen.
Yeah, I was just given a note by the Secretary of State saying that we're very close to a deal in the Middle East.
U.S. President Donald Trump is due on a one-day tour of the Middle East to meet with world leaders and discuss more details about the ceasefire.
After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families.
John Bolton has been charged with...
Former FBI Director James Comey made his first court appearance in
Big crowds of protesters are expected across the United States.
We're here because we love America.
We're building a world-class ballroom. For 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom here.
The White House has started demolishing part of the East Wing.
The entire White House East Wing has been demolished. President Trump and New York Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani go from adversaries to a bromance.
Affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay, you can just say it. I don't mind.
The longest U.S. government shutdown ever has come to an end.
The House has passed a bill to force the Justice Department to publicly release its files on Jeffrey Epstein.
These women have fought the most horrific fight that no woman should have to fight.
Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has said that she's resigning from Congress in January.
It was Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's first visit since the 2018 killing of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi.
Brutal murder of a journalist.
But he knew nothing about it, and we can leave it at that.
Come on up, Waddle. Welcome to the press briefing room.
You are hereby unconditionally partner.
2 West Virginia National Guard members shot just blocks from the White House.
President Trump announced Thanksgiving night one of 2 National Guard members had died.
She's just passed away. She's no longer with us.
So we're stopping the drugs, we're striking the boats, we're defeating narco-terrorists.
Lawmakers in Congress want to know what happened when that boat was struck on September 2nd.
You can't see anything, you got digital. This is called the fog of war.
Is this your peace prize?
The world is a safer place now.
Thank you for this bridge payment. It's Christmas early for farmers.
The U.S. Justice Department published thousands of files related to the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
We reporters had questions for the president. He did not answer any of them.
First Lady Melania Trump has revealed the White House decorations.
And after just 1 year, we have achieved more than anyone could have imagined.
Wow. Wow, what a whirlwind of a year. They got some stuff in that AP review that I didn't get in there, but I also got a fuck ton of stuff last night. Was it 19-hour stream? I'm still exhausted from last night. I am still exhausted. But I'm not just going to let New Year's Eve go by. I also bought myself the cheapest possible bottle of wine at the corner store. Sparkling wine, of course. A whole $10 I spent. I felt like I had to get in the spirit somehow. Had to get in the spirit. Especially with everything. You know, we got stuff to celebrate around here. We got the YouTube channel back. I felt it would be wrong not to engage just a little bit in that. Nothing crazy, you know. All right, let's keep talking about the year. We're going to keep going through. All right, so here's my plan. So I didn't really lay it out, but here's the plan. All right, Space Fams. I have a list, and it contains a bunch of stuff. All right, I got like a bunch of 2025 recap vids from different people, different outlets, and whatever else. And then I've got a bunch of live streams here, as well as other New Year's celebrations that happened around the world. Once it hits midnight, or once it gets close to midnight, I figure 5-10 minutes before midnight, we'll actually move to watching, waiting for the ball. But we're just going to keep going through the recaps until then. And we'll just basically be going back and forth between stuff tonight. Trying to keep it chill. All right, ABC 7, Chicago, year in review. All right, Chicago, tell us what happened this year.
2025 was a year defined by a political comeback, destructive weather events, and turmoil across the globe.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
President Trump sworn in for a second term.
When you joined, it said it started 31 minutes ago? It did start 31 minutes ago. No, I think people are talking about last night's stream. Last night's stream went 19 hours long, if you look on the channel. Well, on the YouTube channel, it's two separate streams. It's a 11-hour, 46-minute stream and a 6-hour, 32-minute stream. I guess it's 18 hours, a little over 18. 18, 15. Something like that. It was an incredibly long news recap that we did yesterday. I put together a list of 300 clips, and we went through the entire year as best as I possibly could. We had to do it in 2 streams on YouTube because they cut it off after 12 hours, so we had to do 2 streams. But we got through all of it last night, thankfully, so I don't have to worry about any of it today. Here we go again. Honestly, we need that sound shot from the Melania documentary.
In March, the president unveiled sweeping tariffs on Mexico, Canada, China, the EU, and other countries.
Every day you go to the store, things are more expensive.
Driving up the prices for consumers on some goods. The president fulfilling a campaign promise, ordering ICE to conduct raids to deport undocumented immigrants.
It's sending a strong signal to the world. Our border's closed.
Everyone I know is scared. People are nervous to walk their kids to school.
The move sparking protests across the country. The Trump administration also sent the National Guard to major U.S. cities over local leaders' objections as part of an effort to crack down on crime.
It's a sense of intimidation and fear that is just so unnecessary.
The longest government shutdown in U.S. history lasted 43 days and caused air traffic controller staffing issues, flight delays, and paused SNAP benefits for millions of Americans. The year also marred by political violence. The nation, shocked by the assassination of conservative activist and Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk, shot while speaking at a college event in Utah. His death deepening the political divide in the nation, supporters hailing him as a hero, while many critics denounced his past rhetoric. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty for Tyler Robinson, who's accused of pulling the trigger and killing Kirk.
This is a political assassination.
In Minnesota, a masked gunman disguised as a police officer shot and killed a state representative and her husband and wounded a state senator and his wife, according to authorities. A suspect arrested after a 2-day manhunt, he pled not guilty in federal court. The Pennsylvania governor's mansion firebombed on the night of their Passover celebration.
This kind of violence is becoming far too common in our society.
The year started with terror in New Orleans. 14 people were killed in a vehicle attack the early morning hours of New Year's Day after officials say a pickup truck plowed into a crowd on Bourbon Street.
We watched the people actually flip in the air.
And for another year, gun violence taking American lives. 4 killed and 1 injured at the NFL's Midtown Manhattan offices in July, sending the city into a frenzy. 2 children killed, 17 others wounded at a church during Mass at a Catholic school in Minneapolis.
My friend got hit in the back. I think I got like gunpowder on my neck.
And 2 people killed and 9 others wounded in a shooting on the campus of Brown University. Nature also taking its toll this year. Unprecedented hurricane-force winds fueled the Palisades and Eaton fires, the most destructive in California's history.
It looks like a war zone.
More than 100 people were killed in central Texas, including dozens of children from Camp Mystic.
We had one choice, and we had to swim out of our cabins.
After heavy rain overflowed the banks of the Guadalupe River in the Texas Hill Country July 4th. The year also saw trouble in the skies. 67 people died after an American Airlines flight and military helicopter collided near Reagan National Airport outside of Washington, D.C. And overseas, the United States took military action against Iran, striking 3 nuclear sites in an effort to cripple their nuclear program. Iran responding, attacking a U.S. base in Qatar. In early October, Hamas released the remaining living Israeli hostages, as well as the bodies of most of the deceased, after 2 years of war and reaching a tenuous ceasefire agreement with Israel. Palestinians streaming back into parts of the demolished Gaza Strip that were controlled by the IDF during the war. Over 70,000 have been killed during the conflict, according to the Hamas-run health ministry.
You just keep calling it a war over and over again, huh? Come on, ABC 7.
18 people killed in what officials called an
Be better than that, ABC 7. How about that? How about we stop calling it a war repeatedly? Not cool, man. All right, I got some more recaps here. I think I'm going to break them up by doing this. I think that's the plan. That's the move. This is the move. Let's go to the streets.
They were the...
You know, we can recap things with the... You settled down, Kate. Let's go to the streets. That's where we should be recapping, with the people.
I believe life begins in inception. Anything after that, in my opinion...
Conception, what movie was that? So with the dreams, where you don't know if you're dreaming or not? Like you control your dreams?
Control my dreams.
Like, and you in like spin the top? 2011 or something, and it was like...
I had no idea I don't know what you're talking
With Leonardo DiCaprio, and at the end of the movie, you don't know if he's dreaming or not?
No, I never seen
Oh, are y'all talking about that movie he made?
Yeah.
What
Well,
does
you
that
were
got to
talking
do
about the
That
movie. You said
movie.
Inception.
Inception, right?
No, I said nothing about a movie. I
Life
said
starts in
life
Inception.
starts in
At Inception.
Right.
Yeah.
So what does that have to do with the spinning top?
What does that have to do with,
With
what does that have to do with
Spinning
abortion?
top.
What are you I don't know what you're talking
The
about.
movie Inception. What does that have to do with abortion?
We didn't have anything to do with it.
Well, then why did you say it starts with Inception? It was a great movie. I just don't understand what it has to do with abortion.
I would actually disagree with you. I thought it was a little overrated.
Really? You're here for Trump's inauguration. What would you want to say?
First off, give him a chance. He's not what everybody thinks he is.
Should Donald Trump take over Mexico?
Yes.
All right, there you have it.
Should Donald Trump take over Greenland?
I don't know why not. That sounds like a good idea.
Really? Yeah. Do you think that could possibly work? Is there any world in which that works?
The USA.
I love how this guy is wearing a Trump beanie with a Trump hat. He's got the beanie, but then he has to have the hat too. That's how you know he's fun, because he's got the hat, but it's also the beanie. So it's Trump 2020. Trump. So because it's like first top one's Trump. It's like, you see what I'm saying here?
USA is the answer?
Yeah.
Are you a little bit excited about the inauguration tomorrow?
Yes, very
But right now, what are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling disappointed.
I'm sorry, do you mind if I butt in here?
Oh, yeah,
sorry.
sure.
How excited are you right now?
Very excited for the inauguration. Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
I'll let you finish.
how excited for the inauguration are you tomorrow?
Kind of excited.
Okay.
I mean,
Do you mind if I butt in here for a second? How excited are you for the inauguration tomorrow?
Kind of excited, yeah.
Kind of?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on one second, please.
Okay.
Are you guys storming the rally?
Trying.
What advice would you give to Democrats after losing this election?
They did the worst job ever. All the years I've seen Democrats, they did the worst job ever.
That doesn't feel like very constructive criticism.
We are here at CPAC 2025, and just yesterday, the President of the United States took the stage here, wielding a chainsaw, saying he was going to cut through the bureaucracy.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy.
And then letting out a squeal. And then tomorrow, Donald Trump's going to speak here. So a lot of exciting...
That is exactly what it was. It was a squeal.
And then tomorrow, Donald Trump's going to speak here. So a lot of exciting events here at CPAC.
You vote for Donald Trump in a third term?
Yeah, I think I would.
And what do you think about the Constitution?
I'm a constitutionalist.
What about the 22nd Amendment that would prohibit him from running for a third term?
Yeah, it would. I would bother me, but
But you would still get your vote.
he would still get my vote.
Would you like to see Donald Trump run for a third term?
Of course. He's the king of the presidency for us.
He's the king of the presidency.
He's the king of the presidency.
and I believe that's
The
what
king
he's
of the
referring to, and he is
presidency.
our king.
What were your thoughts on Elon Musk's hand gesture?
It's the same thing.
He's a president
He
king.
is not a Nazi.
That's a gotcha.
It's the.
Would you do that gesture right now?
Hi.
There you go.
But it goes. The hand goes to the chest beforehand.
Love you.
That didn't feel a little weird?
He was saying from my heart.
Don't be creepy.
Oh, well, you just did it there.
Come on, that was a foul.
What?
That was a foul.
What are you talking about?
That was a foul. Come on, blow the whistle.
We should promise our voters that we will not nominate anybody 70 or older.
Okay.
We have the
Well, this is
oldest
start, yeah.
elected president now. And by the way, Donald Trump is he's not going to get better as he gets older. I mean, he's already mentally in serious decline. Physically, he's like limping up onto stage. I mean, he's not going to get better. And so if we
Trump isn't perfect. I mean, you can't get better than perfect. And as we all know, Donald Trump is in perfect health. Okay? Perfect MRI. Okay? Very normal, perfect MRI. Just a normal checkup MRI that was perfect, as well as perfect brain. Perfect brain and MRI. Everybody knows it. I don't know why they're even talking about it.
someone 70 or younger, I think that'll go a long way with voters.
We're here outside the United States Courthouse in downtown Manhattan, where Luigi Mangione is set for an arraignment today. It's called Deep Fried Luigi. It's by Scott. How do you say your last name? Lobedo. And it looks like it's Luigi hooked up to a electric chair here.
We know he did it. We gotta wait 6-10 years for a conviction or a death penalty. He's guilty. 6 days. Take that pussy out. Put him in a fucking electric chair and fry him. Put him in a pink tutu. Put some old lady clown makeup on him. Humiliate him. So these other young punks that are thinking of doing the same thing will think twice. It's common sense.
What changes would you like to see in the healthcare system in the United States of America?
Socialized healthcare for everyone, like most countries have. Like, it comes out of taxes in other countries. We can afford to do it too.
So I see you have a green shirt on. It kind of implies some support for Luigi, or is it support for something else?
It's support for Luigi's trial being a fair hearing.
So it's green for due process.
Yeah, I guess you could say so. Or Luigi, the character from Mario.
Right.
I released 100 penis balloons with all the faces of the judges and the lawyers on it. That was epic. And
what was the symbolism of that?
That they're all a bunch of penises.
Free Luigi, free healthcare for everybody. Fuck the system. That's it.
And that's it.
Yep.
Just have your own self. Have your own self. Instead of looking for something to follow, like all of these rallies, it's the climate change people. It's like, I get it, we get it, but you're like...
Just to play devil's advocate here, you go to Trump rallies and paint for him, and you followed him around, and you say you've been to 4 rallies painting for him. Yeah. Isn't that kind of the same thing? You're going and supporting one guy? So we are here outside Donald Trump's first 100 days rally. It's been 100 days of the Trump second presidency. What's your favorite thing that he's done thus far?
Let me see. I'm just trying to think. I don't really listen to the news that much, but I have confidence in him. So what has he done so far? But I know he did it with the tariffs. He did with the tariffs. And
I have a list here. You want me to tell you some of the stuff he's done?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's a couple of the things he's done in the first 100 days. He pardoned the January 6 rioters who stormed the Capitol. He's dismantling the USA ID, which kind of hurts the U.S. soft power in the world. He's putting the richest man on earth and a bunch of teenagers and 20-year-olds in charge of the entire government.
Crypto has struggled a little bit in the first, 100 days of the presidency. What do you see as far as that goes? Is it going to turn around?
Yeah, it will eventually. If they're only buying Bitcoin, everything else is a scam.
Only buy Bitcoin, everything else is a scam?
Correct, yeah, only Bitcoin.
So Donald Trump launched his meme coin. Is that a scam?
I love Trump, but yes. Yes, it was a scam.
You want to buy American shit?
Yep, America, made in America.
Can I ask you where the hat's made?
Oh, it's probably made in China. I don't know. I bought this 4 years ago.
Where's it made?
Yeah, it's probably China.
I think it's made in China. Yeah.
China.
Okay.
Did you get any hate for having a Cybertruck?
In the beginning, I got a lot of love, a lot of like, cool, that's awesome. And then when the tides turned with Elon, it was like the negativity came out stronger. So I found this little, this hand that turns into a middle finger, of course. So.
Can we see that?
Sure.
Let's just say I'm like, hey, your truck sucks.
Right.
Do you like that he's kind of
it's incredibly mature.
Trying to influence universities and what's taught in universities?
Yes. Yeah.
Did it seem strange a little bit that he started Trump University and then had to pay $25 million because it was deemed a fraud, but he wants to tell other universities how to teach?
I honestly don't have an issue with that.
But if just hypothetically, if someone ran a scam university, should they be dictating what universities teach?
I'm like a huge Trump supporter, so I don't have an issue with that.
So you work in a school that could lose federal funding.
So she derives her ideology directly from whatever Donald Trump says or does. That is a cult. That is a cult, ma'am.
Lose your job because that federal funding is gone, you'd be okay with it.
I don't actually have any opinions of my own. I love that. I don't have any opinions of my own. I derive all of my thoughts and feelings from dear leader Trump. Whenever he says something, I accept that as truth into my being.
Yes, I would, for the greater good, for America. He's making America great again. He's doing the right thing.
If you give a message to Donald Trump, what would it be?
Release the Epstein list.
Yeah, so he released
Let's
the
get the
Epstein
files
list,
and figure
but
it out.
it was redacted with no names in it.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
It's bullshit.
Damn, that ended at the wrong time. I just took a big ass bite of taco just now. Yes, I made tacos. Look, I came prepared. As should you have, you know, snacks, drinks. I say it every stream. And I actually prepared myself, unlike usual. I actually have food at the beginning of the stream, which is crazy. Okay. Mom's gonna drop in. Mama Carmody. Okay. All right. What was I doing? You have 36 minutes till the ball drops in New York, people. All right. CNN 3 days ago. 2025's top viral moments. Look, it's Kate. And she's got her coffee.
They were the moments caught on video that we could not stop watching. CNN's Boris Sanchez has the top 10 most viral moments of 2025. That was so funny.
Number 10, Trump targets Iran. Hours after the United States began its precision airstrikes on 3 nuclear facilities in an unprecedented aerial bombardment of Iran, the president spoke to the nation.
Tonight I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success.
In the aftermath, some members of Congress openly questioned the constitutionality of the strikes, while others, especially MAGA lawmakers, supported the administration. Number 9, LA devastated. Satellite images showing the breadth and depth of the runaway Eaton wildfire. The fast-moving flames this past January forcing thousands to flee their homes in search of higher and safer ground. Devastation like this will take years to rebuild. Number 8, a shocking mid-air collision caught on tape. On January 29th of this year, an American Airlines flight operated by American Eagle and a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter collided over the freezing Potomac River at night. The tragedy caught on tape. The jet was on final approach to Reagan National, while the helicopter had been performing a required flying evaluation. All 67 people aboard both aircrafts died. Number 7, an American is Pope. In May, shortly after the death of Pope Francis, the College of Cardinals elected their next leader. And to the surprise of many, the choice was this man, Chicago's very own Cardinal, Robert.
So much stuff has happened this year, it's insane. None of these videos, I feel like, honestly, I feel like the AP's video was the best so far in terms of recapping the year. I think they actually did the best job. I mean, aside from myself, of course. I think that 19-hour stream really encapsulated the year.
Francis Prevost, the first Augustinian Pope.
I invite you to recognize the marvels that the Lord has done.
Even more surprising, he briefly spoke in English during his first Mass. Number 6, Hot Mike. Justin Trudeau, who at the time was Canada's Prime Minister, overheard making a jaw-dropping admission to business leaders back in February, essentially telling them that President Trump's talk of making Canada a 51st U.S. state was no joke. So far, Canada remains Canada. Number 5, Kramer speaks out. Famed CNBC broadcaster Jim Cramer appearing on Aaron Burnett's show earlier this year, admitting he was misled by the Trump administration's tariffs policy. Listen.
Over and over again, the president said, listen, it's going to be reciprocal. So you do it, we do it. And that was going to be so good. And I really believed in it. And
Is it just me, or is this a weird top 10 list? This is one of their top 10. This is one of their top 10 moments of the year. I mean, I remember it. I don't remember being. This was certainly not in my top 10. I did 300 clips yesterday, and it didn't even make it onto that list. I'm shocked that this one's on a top 10 anywhere. I mean, it was whatever. It was a moment. It happened.
Number 4, swallowed whole. A father on a kayak captures the moment his son Adrian was briefly swallowed by a humpback whale off the coast of Chile. Adrian told CNN he didn't realize at first it was a whale and thought he just got caught up in a big wave.
If the whale had hit me, it would be more dangerous.
What a story to tell his grandkids. Number 3, beauty influencer gunned down. Valeria Marquez was shot and killed by a man who entered her salon, all while on a TikTok live stream in...
I didn't even hear about this story. How did I not ever hear about this?
Upon Mexico. Her death sending shockwaves through a country grappling with frequent suspected cases of femicide. Number 2, Jimmy Kimmel speaking out. After a brief suspension following controversial comments he made about conservative activist Charlie Kirk, Jimmy Kimmel returned to ABC Late Night to say he never intended to make light of Kirk's murder, also delivering powerful remarks about freedom of speech.
This show is not important. What is important is that we get to live in a country that allows us to have a show like this.
And the number 1 viral video on CNN's countdown, the feud seen around the world.
Wait a minute. No. You've done a lot of talking.
On the left, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky hoping to win more lethal aid from the president. On the
Okay, that one checks out, obviously. That should be on the list. A couple of those. I mean, like the LA wildfires, absolutely. I feel like those should have been way above. Jim Cramer of Mad Money on NBC saying something bad about Donald Trump. Like, how did that, who made this list? How is that above the LA wildfires? Shut up. It's not making any sense. All right, people, back to the streets. Part 2.
What's your name? Oh, no. Okay. Eddie? Eddie? Great to meet you, Eddie. All right. Okay. So much love here at the NRA convention, which is a little bit ironic because guns are responsible for so much death in America.
We're here at Rock Creek in Washington, D.C. This is where RFK Jr., the Health and Human Services Secretary, went for a swim with his family, posted it on social media.
Mother's Day hike in Dumbarton Oaks Park and a swim with my grandchildren. The 71-year-olds can be seen deep in the water, but there have been long-standing warnings about the high bacteria levels.
Well, we're looking around, we're seeing the yellow-green kind of water come down, create like a froth. And then over to the left here is, I guess, a floating patch of garbage.
Garbage, bottles, cans. I saw a condom.
Plans that were shared by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth in a group chat that included the vice president and notably reporter Jeffrey Goldberg.
You ever text anybody war plans? No.
Have you accidentally texted war plans in a group chat that included a journalist?
Illegal. No. Team update. Time now, 11:44 Eastern. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are a go for mission launch.
Were you listening to that?
Were you just listening to us?
Yeah.
Why were you listening to us?
Because you said
Don't
join my group chat.
Because we invited you?
Yeah.
That's why you were listening?
Yeah.
Deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalists.
Okay, so you saw all that? You read all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to slander you now.
Thank you so much.
If everybody was packing it and we had the Second Amendment, mass shootings would come down in a hurry.
Do you think the solution to the mass shootings would be more guns in more people's hands?
Yep, exactly.
Did that sound right when you said it out loud?
Yes.
Put a gun on the table. The gun itself is not going to harm anybody.
It's a piece of metal. It wouldn't.
So it's the people that you feel like are the issue with the mass shootings and all those things in this country.
Yeah, absolutely.
So would you do
just gotta get rid of
anything
the
to
people.
limit the amount of guns that get into those people's hands if the people are the issue?
No. None.
Strange.
We are here in Washington, D.C. for Kim Jong. Sorry, let me start that over. We are here in Washington, D.C. for Vladimir. One more time. Sorry. We are here in Washington, D.C. for Donald Trump's military parade on his birthday.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Why are you so excited to see Donald Trump today?
I wouldn't say excited to see him because I've seen him multiple times, but I'm just here mainly for our veterans, our military. It's not a Trump day, even though I am a Republican, proud Republican.
So you've got a hat that says "Make America Great Again" with Donald Trump's signature. You've got a button with Trump's face on it, and then it says Trump on your shirt. But this day isn't about Donald Trump.
Nope.
How'd you feel about
Not
him
him.
renaming
Yeah, I
the
get that.
Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America?
I'm very happy about that.
What do you think that accomplished?
Oil drilling?
No, I think
Oil drilling?
Isn't that why he did it?
Why would that be?
I'm not like really well phrased on this, but
I think it was just a pissing contest with Mexico, to be honest.
I thought he did it because there were stipulations on the Gulf of America, and so the Gulf of Mexico, and so he changed the Gulf of America so he could. There was something about drilling, I thought.
To open up drilling by changing the name?
Yeah, he was able to get around it or something.
Just change the name. That'd be smart if other people did that.
Wow. Someone is a legal genius. She's a maritime lawyer. Hold on. I'm sorry, but I need it. I need this really quickly. Come on. This one is a maritime lawyer. Come on, move faster.
Well, we don't even know what the plea is yet.
Is that a shot at me? Because that makes me want to read it all the less, huh?
You have another one of these?
Yes, I do.
Great, we'll both read it.
You're going to read that?
Yeah.
It's pretty thick.
He thinks he's a lawyer because he played one in the 10th grade.
In order to satisfy an English requirement, Michael appeared in the drama club's production of an original play, The Trial of Captain Hook.
You're a crook, Captain Hook. Judge, won't you throw the book at the pirate?
Sorry, I needed it. You're a crook, Captain Hook. I am a maritime lawyer. And by renaming the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America, that gets around the laws. And now Donald Trump can, in fact, take all the oil from the Gulf of Mexico. No big deal. Fascinating.
It's science.
And that's science.
Name things and then they could drill.
Yeah, he gets stuff done.
So we got some new products that we're going to put them in the gift shop at Trump Tower. So we are here in the main convention hall in Dallas at the Southern Baptist Convention. Would you be offended if liberals got together and passed laws that made it illegal for a man and a woman to get married?
Would I be offended?
Yeah.
I would be offended by that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You feel like that would be taking away a right of yours?
I do.
Do you think that gay people might feel the same way about taking away their right to get married?
I don't know. I don't know how they would feel because I'm not a gay person and I can't speak to that.
Should gay marriage be legal in this country?
No.
Wait. And why do you feel that way?
Well, the Bible.
Why is my sound shot not working? And that was the perfect moment for this sound shot. It's the best, literally the best time I've ever been, I think.
On this planet is gay? Yeah. Every single person on this planet is gay? Yeah.
People might feel the same way about taking away their right to get married?
I don't know. I don't know how they would feel because I'm not a gay person and I can't speak to that.
Should gay marriage be legal in this country?
No.
And why do you feel that way?
Well, the Bible tells us that marriage is between a man and a woman.
So it's because of the language of the Bible?
That is correct.
And the Bible says that if a man lays with a man the way that he lays with a woman, surely, he should be put to death, those sorts of things?
Yes.
Have you ever worn mixed fabrics, like a cotton with a wool or a linen? Okay. That's also in Leviticus in the Bible, right?
Yes, it is.
So how do you pick which rules from the Bible that you follow and which ones that you don't?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, and it takes a lot of time to fill out.
So we are here with a naked cowboy.
Right.
I have to ask, you've been a big supporter of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is refusing to release the Epstein files now. What's your response to that?
No matter what they say, I'm going to have to insist. Donald Trump ain't on the Epstein list. And he's not going to release it for your safety.
This guy's been talked about for years.
And how is it for our safety?
Our safety.
Yeah. How is it for our safety that he's not releasing the list?
Oh my God. His response to that. I love how he's like, wait, our safety? He's like, yeah, our safety. You're the guy who just got done saying our safety. And then I love how he looks over here like he's looking for somebody else to explain why it's been good for our safety. And then he realizes there's nobody there. That's got to be a tough moment for him.
How is it for our safety that he's not releasing the list?
First, Donald Trump basically told everyone, if I get back in the White House, we'll release the Epstein files. Then they said the Epstein files are on the desk. Then they said they don't exist. Then they said Obama wrote them. And then Donald Trump said people who keep asking about them are weaklings. What comes next after all this?
I don't know, maybe another war? Maybe he'll bomb another country?
We are here outside MetLife Stadium in New Jersey for WWE SummerSlam.
I'd say you should release the Epstein files.
No matter who's on it right now, I think he should just release it.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
If he's on it, and he was told that his name is mentioned in the files a bunch of times by his own FBI director, should he still be in the WWE Hall of Fame?
If he's on the list, I don't think so, no.
AJ Styles, dirty dunk. AJ Styles, dirty dunk.
If somebody wants to talk about politics, what are the 2 words you have for them?
We are here in Washington, D.C., where just over 4.5 years ago, on January 6th, Donald Trump said he definitely did not have the authority to call in the National Guard. I'm wondering if he might have been lying about that.
Nothing happens around here. How are you going to have these soldiers? They're tourists around here. Who's around? Who are they protecting?
Do you think Donald Trump is the reason that they are here right now?
Well, obviously.
Why do you think he said on January 6th, 2021, that he wasn't allowed to call them in, that was Nancy Pelosi's job?
You got me there. It's a good question.
That's strange. Well, do you have any ideas as to why?
Well, it would have been useful they were called out on January 6th, obviously.
Do you know why he would say one thing and then say another later?
That's the way he does things.
Lies or whatever.
It's true.
Call what you want to call it.
Yeah. What would you call it?
I'm not disagreeing with you.
For the first time in 32 years, you won't be able to buy a Metro card.
Whoa.
At the end of this year, the MTA.
Buddy. Whoa. That went to that next video way too fast. All right, there we go. That ends the two-part The Good Liars series 2025, a confusing year. Yeah, it was a confusing year, you know? I felt that way a lot when I was compiling that list over the last, like 4 days. Yeah. It's been a very confusing year. It's been hard to wrap my head around what all has happened. There's been so many things. And there's more things to come in New York for the subway system. Because you will no longer be able to buy a Metro card in 2026. They are moving to the chip and pin system. What is it called again? I can't even remember what it's called now. Whatever, you can like get on your phone or you can get like a tag thing, I think. Let's go here. Eyewitness News ABC 7 from 3 days ago.
For the first time in 32 years, you won't be able to buy a Metro card.
At the end of this year, the MTA fully moves over to the tap-and-go payment system called Omni.
Omni.
But some riders are complaining about payment problems.
Yeah, on the flip side, tap and ride at Turnstile is a big hit with riders. Here's 7 on Your Side's Nina Pineda.
The MTA touting the success of their Omni tap and ride system, saying goodbye to the beloved Metro card.
Overall, we're at 87% tap and ride, which is far ahead of where we thought we were going to be at this time of year.
And for the 3 billionth rider this year, a swag bag.
Love the tap and Omni.
In June, we reported how some commuters were frustrated with tap and ride, claiming their charges were delayed and sometimes incorrect.
It delays the payment and sometimes it won't scan.
The MTA pushed back, stating tap and ride created pending charges that riders accumulated and then processed all at once at a later date. That issue, the MTA says, has been addressed, pointing to Cubic, the system used by Omni to process payments.
All of the challenges about charges showing up and being processed are linked to one fundamental issue. Cubic was operating on servers, and they needed, because of the size of our ridership, to move it into the cloud.
Some users.
The thing I don't quite understand is why they needed to switch from the original Metro cards over to the Omni cards. It doesn't make sense. But there we go. New system. End of an era. End of an era. Those Metro cards have been used for decades. Now they're going away. A thing of the past. Never again. Bon voyage, Metro card. All right, while we're in New York. Wait a second. How are we doing on time right now? 14 minutes until 2026. All right, while we're in New York, let's go here to talk. Let's go to this interview here with the PBS News Hour. The photographer who's been capturing Zoran Mamdani and his improbable rise to the mayorship.
Few American politicians have come as far as fast as Zoran Mamdani. He began 2025 as a little-known state legislator, and in the first minutes of 2026, he'll be sworn in as the mayor of New York, often called the second toughest job in America. Photographer Kara McCurdy documented his remarkable rise as Mamdani's campaign photographer. She's been capturing images of Mamdani since before his first race for state assembly in 2020. Allie Rogan spoke with her about her experience watching history unfold through her camera lens.
Kara, thank you so much for being here. You have been photographing the mayor-elect since even before his first campaign for state assembly. What did you think of him when you first got to know Zohran Mamdani?
I thought this guy is so charismatic, and we really connected initially on our shared politics. And so I really valued that this was somebody who felt such a deep conviction to what he believed in, that he was, willing to talk to me, who was a complete stranger at the time when we met, about his politics, and even bring me into the fold and show me how we could kind of share this with so many more people.
Okay, I think I'm gonna do it. We're like 12 minutes away, and I don't want to get too invested in one of these stories and miss what's going on, of course. Let's go here. I might find a second live stream, but for now, I'm going to throw this one up. I'm going to try and find one with a little bit of commentary going on. It's about time, people. 2026 is upon us. It's been fantastic bringing all of you your news this whole year. Whether on YouTube or Twitch. All right, who's got the good feed? Let's think. I'm actually shocked they're not live.
I'll be right back, chat.
I can hear fireworks outside of the space station right now. Hold on. We got a new live stream. Switching over here. I think I'll go back and forth between them. I feel like I'm just gonna get hit with copyright strikes from what they're listening to over there.
Before midnight, we have our final performance of the evening with Tones and I bringing the world together with a special performance of John Lennon's Imagine.
1 minute, people. 1 freaking minute. Oh, God, it's Eric Adams. You know, down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go, Space Fam!
Climate and everything.
Every single person on this planet is gay.
That I say will be incorrect.
We did it, people. We got through 2025. Congratulations, everybody. Great job. You made it through another year. All right, folks. Well, let's get back to it. Let's get back to the show. Oh my God. New Year's happened right at the break. We're exactly 1.5 hours into the stream. Look at that. Serendipity. Oh, and look, the timer is up. Look at that. All right, I can take down the timer now. Turn that off. Nice. Awesome. Awesome. Sawsome. It's very exciting. Well, 2026 is here. All right, everybody. Well, quick galactic intermission. Happy New Year's to all of you. If any of you have any places to go, I don't blame you, but we are going to keep streaming. Going through what else I have left on my list. But first, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there, of course, for you to show your support. You got the YouTube, the super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Gift the gift of Galactic membership this 2026. Also, you could donate on Twitch. Bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs, gifted subs. Did I say gifted subs already? What else? Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly into funding the stream rather than the bottom lines of Amazon and or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon. Become a Galactic patron. There's a New Year's resolution for you. Become a Galactic patron this year. Get yourself access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. Shout out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server and much, much more. Just click the link in the chat or in my bio on YouTube and Twitch and find out exactly what lies in store. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, Space Fams. We are back. The first break is over, but the stream is not. So you'd better get yourselves back in your seats, otherwise you're gonna miss the beginning of the second half. So, here's a little secret for you, Space Fams. I realized I have an orange-flavored energy drink, and I've made New Year's Eve mimosas. Oh, no. Now we're getting in the danger zone. Now things are about to get out of control. PB, thank you for the super sticker. Look at Mudang spinning around on that little gaming chair like a pro. She thinks she's people. Also, Sasha G, thank you for the Happy New Year Super Chat. And Frizzla for the Happy New Year Super Chat. All of you. Incredibly generous, getting us started on the New Year's 2026 goal. Don't worry, the goal is just for goal having. I will not be ending the stream whether or not we complete it. It's only for W's, for the W's, okay? The 2026 W's. Poggers. Poggers. Okay. Where did we leave off? We still got a bunch of 2025 stuff to talk about. Maybe some stuff to talk about for the future. Speaking of the future, let's talk about the man who's the future of Gracie Mansion. I know that. The future inhabitant of Gracie Mansion, the future mayor of New York City, Zoran Mamdani. It is where we left off, after all. Oh shit, E-Rock just gifted 5 gifted subs over on the Twitch. E-Rock 121 with the beautiful gifted subbies. Who got them? Let's see. Your Flexo, gifted sub. Stabby Squirrel. I like that name, Stabby Squirrel. CJ from the 6, gifted sub. Patron just got a sub. Bless Muchyan, sub, and Siggy Freud. Incredible New Year's generosity from you, E-Rock. Much appreciated. You're beautiful. Don't change a thing. All right, to New York. Talk about Zoran Mamdani.
Zoran Mamdani.
Few American politicians have come as far as fast as Zoran Mamdani. He began 2025 as a little-known state legislator, and in the first minutes of 2026, he'll be sworn in as the mayor of New York, often called the second toughest job in America. Photographer Kara McCurdy documented his remarkable rise as Mamdani's campaign photographer. She's been capturing images of Mamdani since before his first race for state assembly in 2020. Ali Rogan spoke with her about her experience watching history unfold through her camera lens.
Kara, thank you so much for being here. You have been photographing the mayor-elect since even before his first campaign for state assembly. What did you think of him when you first got to know Zoran Mamdani?
I thought this guy is so charismatic, and we really connected initially on our shared politics. And so I really valued that this was somebody who felt such a deep conviction to what he believed in, that he was, willing to talk to me, who was a complete stranger at the time when we met, about his politics, and even bring me into the fold and show me how we could kind of share this with so many more people, all of New York City, and now all over the world, really.
Knowing now what he's achieved in such a short political lifetime, did you ever think that he could reach these heights of his political career so quickly?
Zoran is somebody who, that what he's going to go after, he's going to get. He really, if he has a vision, he's going to see it through. I'm not sure that anybody could have predicted even the past 12 months, but I always believed that he was going to be somebody that was going to make a big splash in local politics.
Was there a moment where you realized that in his run for mayor that he was really going to transcend this kind of dark horse candidate position in the race?
I think I started to pick up on it in the mayoral campaign early, just seeing the voters and the supporters' engagement and enthusiasm, not just about Zoran himself, but about what he was running on.
Blue tomato with the 2 super stickers, the duplicate super stickers. What is that, Norwegian krona or something? NOK, I'm trying to think of what that is. But thank you very much. I'm gonna need the caffeine. After last night's stream, I started the stream so tired. Oh my god. All right, Leica, somebody give Leica a treat. She needs to settle down over here. Ma'am, little lady, you need to settle down. Oh, these energy drink mimosas were a good idea.
I remember that I was out with him walking around in March, and people were stopping us from across the street in the dark, yelling his name because they saw him, and they weren't just yelling, Zoran Mamdani, I'm voting for you. They were yelling, I'm voting for universal childcare. I'm voting for fast and free buses. And I think it was around that time that I really started to realize this thing is much more widespread than I can really even grasp.
So this...
Thank you, both of you, Schmegley, her meteorologist, feeding like a treat. She was so excited over there from the New Year stuff. She's just jumping up and down all crazy. Okay. All right, let's keep this moving. Keep this stream moving, people. Where did we leave off? Make sure you'll eat some bread with that. I just ate tacos. I made myself tacos for New Year's, for my New Year's dinner. Those were delicious. Those were delicious. I came fully prepared for New Year's stream today. I was not gonna compromise in any way, shape, or form. Wait a second. Why is the countdown clock still up over here? I need to take this down. Boop. There we go. Fixed it. All right, now, Mayor Zoran, we now say officially Mayor Zoran, right? Mayor Zo. Oh, it's crazy. He's officially, I mean, he hasn't been in, like, the ceremony hasn't happened, but it's happened. It's the first. It's real. It's a real thing. In like 8.5 hours, he's going to be getting sworn in and doing a ceremony in the subway. AOC is supposedly going to be there. I've been hearing a bunch of different stuff about this thing. At this point, I have no idea what's real. Tacos sound amazing. They honestly were amazing. Are amazing. I still have leftovers. Right now. I still got leftovers on those tacos. I'm going to be eating tacos for days over here. All right, so stay focused. That's a real thing. All right, Zoran Mamdani. Let's talk about the numbers. Let's ring in the new year with the man, the legend, the very best, the great I almost called him Zoran Mamdani. All I can think about is Zoran right now. The great Harry Hamden.
All right, first on CNN this morning was Zoran Mamdani less than 2 days away from leading America's largest city. CNN has learned that Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will introduce him at his inauguration on New Year's Day. The ceremony will also feature another progressive leader. No big surprise here, Senator Bernie Sanders. New York and the country is about to see if Mamdani can keep his bold promises like expanding universal child care and freezing the rent for many people. CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Emden, joining us.
The rent is too damn high.
How are New Yorkers feeling about Mamdani as we get very close? You know.
It's close. It's close. I'm looking at my fake watch. At least you have a real watch on there, I
to
think.
Inauguration Day.
Whatever. I just look at my cell phone. Look, if we look at how New Yorkers, New York City folks are feeling about Zoran Mamdani, look at this. Up like a rocket, higher and higher, as Jackie Wilson, a great singer, used to say, right? Mamdani's net favorable rating in New York City in September, it was plus 14 points. Look at where we are now, plus 38 points. That's a climb. If you do the math quickly, right with me right here, Sarah Steiner. 38 minus 14, that's a rise of 24 points in the positive direction. As I said, up like a rocket. New York City voters have never felt better about the man that they elected to lead this city come 2026. He is quite the popular dude right now.
Before governance, that is.
I just clicked the wrong example. I'm getting too excited over here. Why did I hit that sample, son of a bitch? Okay, there we go. I was gonna bug my shit up. Sprizzla with a sweet super chat. Stay safe, healthy, and the way you are, Jason. Aww. That's sweet of you, Frizzla. Much appreciated. By the way, Frizzla, I saw your message on Patreon. Let me get back to you on that situation, because there's something that I want to try and do instead of what you're suggesting. But we'll talk about it. We'll talk about that later. Ricky said, telling me to hydrate. Yes, okay. I think I'm capable of hydrating. With liquids. Okay. What was I doing? Right, there we go. Zoran Mamdani.
Zoran Mamdani.
The incredible favorability rating going into the new year, plus 38 points. Basically everybody. You started off in September like a little lukewarm, right? People were like, yeah, he seems good. He seems good. Now we're like, everybody's like, let's do this. Let's do this Zoran thing I've been hearing about. That's all sounding
immediately,
fantastic.
if not sooner.
Thank you, Harry. Harry Emden with the numbers to get us started off in 2026. Now, let's go to the man himself who held a press conference earlier today. Not today. Earlier yesterday, of course.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Duh, because it's the new year. Zoran Mamdani.
Good to go? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon. Let me know when your shot's good. Okay, here we go. Tomorrow, I will swear an oath and become the mayor of New York City. A new future feels very near, indeed. But for too many New Yorkers who come into daily contact with our public school system, be it parents, children, educators alike, the future is not something that they often look towards with hope and optimism. When many parents think of the future, they think of literacy rates that, while improving, still show that nearly 45% of children in grades 3 through 8 are not reading proficiently. They think, too, of a public school system that ranks among the most segregated in our nation, where children from different backgrounds do not learn alongside one another, and too many children don't receive the same opportunities. For over 900,000 children, learning in our public schools, when they think of the future, they think of classrooms so crowded that they cannot get the attention of their teacher and facilities that have long needed improvement.
We gotta get Zoran a prompter. Am I right? Am I the only person thinking it right now? We need to get Zoran a teleprompter. We can't have him looking down at a frickin'... You can't have him looking down like this.
And
all
for
the time.
educators, when they think of the future,
it's not that much. They're actually
they
quite
think of
affordable.
how many of their students don't have a home to return to at the end of the day, or a bed to lay their head in. How hard it is to afford a dignified life in this city on a teacher's salary, and how many of their colleagues have had to move on to another job. The future need not be something that we dread. It can be something we rewrite together, so that the children of our city, the future of our city, receive opportunities far greater than those who came before them.
Okay, there we go. We're not going to listen to his whole thing. It's a full-on press conference. Zoran makes a whole speech, and then his new, I forget what job this guy got, but his new whatever got up there. He was talking for a while, and then honestly, I'm still trying to familiarize with all of it. I don't know what all these people's jobs were. I'm trying to remember, but a bunch of different people from the Zoran administration came up and talked as well. Then Zoran came back, and he talked some more. But suffice to say, in 8.5 hours, I am definitely planning on trying to live stream the Zoran inauguration ceremony. All right, more from Zoran. This one off the Zoran Mamdani for NYC YouTube channel. From earlier, you know, back in 2025. Long ago. 9 hours ago, to be exact. By the way, the title of this video is Zoran Mamdani is listening.
Zoran Mamdani.
My wife and I have a 5-month-old. We can't afford to live here. You know, millionaires aren't leaving. Families like mine are leaving. It's a punchline to buy something here.
We used to live in this neighborhood for 5 years. We had to move out because it was just like, we lived in a 1-bedroom that was converted to a 2-bedroom, and it was too small for our daughter.
Finding a place, period, is hard, right? Like finding roommates, I don't know. There's for me to do.
Well, I think a lot of this is actually what there is for us to do. And I think this is something I've heard from so many New Yorkers, which is that they don't feel like they can get ahead in this city.
My mother asked if you can really focus on affordability when it comes to groceries. My sister's concern is safety in the subway. And my dad, well, he kind of just didn't really care. But
I know a lot of Staten Island gets a really bad rap.
I love that this entire video is just Zoran Mamdani listening to everybody's problems. Zoran is now New York's therapist. So what's going wrong? What would you say is the worst thing happening right now?
Of reasons, but I love Staten Island, and Staten Islanders rely on buses.
It stops running at 10 p.m. So it's just like really difficult to get anywhere,
because these children, they travel for hours on buses that are old. You know, like
like this one?
Yeah, that's a city bus, baby. We talking about them yellow school buses that are old. Like this bus contract that now can years instead of 5.
We were not expecting any of this. We were coming for the movie and heard you were here, and yeah, just really excited to have the opportunity just to say hi.
It can if you move it. move that up.
How do we move these?
We can't.
What?
Nothing's as good as a real bus.
So I have a question for Mr. Cardamom
Nothing's
first.
as good as a real bus.
Okay.
Zoran Mamdani. Nothing's as good as a real bus. That's a quote. Write that down.
So I have a question for Mr. Cardamom first.
Okay.
I think it's obvious that like who knows our affordability crisis better than your favorite SoundCloud rapper?
Yes.
And which you can relate to, obviously.
Yes. In my building, landlords are encouraging rent-stabilized tenants to move out and sign away their stabilization, which is like destabilizing the entire building.
The Bronx has the lowest life expectancy of all 5 of the New York City boroughs. It has the highest poverty rates, and it has the greatest reliance on Medicaid. They are extremely vulnerable to the Medicaid cuts included in OB3.
I want all New Yorkers to have access to fresh tomatoes. Specifically tomatoes. I'm a huge fan of your plan to have a city-run grocery store in each of the boroughs. There's an opportunity with the green markets and the farm stands through Grow NYC to leverage that network, and from day one in your administration, put fresh food in front of New Yorkers.
It's so good to see Lena in there. And honestly, this is just a beautiful tapestry of people coming in and just talking about their problems. It feels like group therapy. It really does. I know I said it already once. Everybody just coming in with the problems that they see in the city. Everybody coming together and just talking about that. Well, not that, but all of the problems. It feels like a good way to start the year.
On my mind is extreme heat and flooding in New York City.
Now, if we could just get this done somehow, but for the planet, you know what I'm saying?
When we're thinking about New York City and the time that we have to respond to the climate crisis, it's an issue that can't wait.
And what's on your mind?
My mind right now, I was just talking with, I think his name's Patrick. We were talking about Rikers Island.
Okay.
So I had this college class in my high school. I'm a junior in high school, and we're talking about the future of Rikers. But my question is like, how are we gonna get it done?
Yeah.
Because I think Rikers is a negative stain on New York City.
A law was passed here in New York City that would mandate Rikers Island be closed by 2027. And since then, especially under the current
Immediately, if
administration,
not sooner.
they've done almost nothing to do that. 4 years ago, we had less than half of the jail population we have on Rikers Island now. So the entire plan is built for a jail population with less than half the current one. And so in order to actually close it, not only do you have to build the 4 borough-based jails, but you also have to have a smaller jail population.
I work as a drama therapist in inpatient psychiatry for adults living with serious and persistent mental illness. As we know, mental health is a very big issue in New York right now. And what I'm concerned about is that because of federal funding cuts and Medicaid cuts, there are step-down programs that are starting to close, like partial hospitalization programs, intensive outpatient programs, which are really critical in reducing recidivism rates.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the programs that are set to close?
Intensive outpatient programs, like the one I have heard within health and hospitals, are starting to close, or they're losing funding, basically federal funding. Essentially, they're struggling to have enough people to participate in those programs.
Struggling to get participation from New Yorkers.
Because of restrictions that would allow people to be in those programs, or because of lack of insurance that would allow them to be participants.
You said you would do universal child care. So I'm a single mother. So my question is how it will work. Like, is there any criteria between rich and poor, or everyone will get it?
So with universal childcare, the vision is for everyone, no matter how much money they make or how little money they make, for everyone. Like public schools. If you have a child and you want to send them to a public school, they don't ask you how much money you make. Everybody can go to the public school.
We live in the Bronx, and when I'm 68, and when I moved into the building, I wasn't even 21 yet. And when I moved into the building, it was rent stabilized, and it was tenant run.
It was tenant run?
It was tenant run. This is back in the 70s. The city appointed a managing company, and you know, it's not a good story. And thinking about the fact that I moved into a rent-stabilized building when I was not even 21, and here I am 68, and I'm worried about us being homeless. It's disgusting.
I'm actually been, since COVID, I've been part of a lot of the sweeps, basically once a week for the whole course. The sweeps.
The homelessness sweeps.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, you know, I have a different perspective because I've seen it from the beginning, and, you know, a lot of people, they might see the message, but they don't.
Yes, I love how Zoran is taking notes throughout this whole thing. Even though they're clearly recording it, Zoran is sitting here taking notes, his own notes. He's so diligent. You know, like, the guy, he just gets shit done. He gets shit, and I honestly, yeah, I really hope I have high hopes for him. You know, and we just gotta try and support him to do the things that he set out to do here. Make things better for New Yorkers. Because if he makes things better for New Yorkers, right? Not only is that good for New Yorkers, but it's actually good for the leftist cause across the country. Okay? If Zoran does well, he's the one. Everybody is watching this man right now like a fucking hawk. Just praying that he does something shitty. Okay? Just want to remind that. Like, in 8 hours, I mean, honestly, not in 8 hours and 18 minutes. They've already been doing it. But in 8 hours and 18 minutes, they're going to start trying to blame him for absolutely everything that goes wrong in New York City. I guarantee you. I guarantee you. And so we just got to try and make his job as easy as possible.
Because I've seen it from the beginning, and, you know, a lot of people, they might see the message, but they don't understand what went on in the toughness and the grit of the people and the changes and that.
I like this guy's glasses.
Yes. At COVID, yeah.
Okay.
COVID for till now, I'd say, you know, but you know, we went through a lot, and it was basically weekly things. Some people, you know,
You'd be swept in one place and you'd just
and literally you can go back 4 hours later, and what was the actual they're claiming? That's why I'm saying they're claiming that it's law, but it's really not.
I have never experienced this type of fear, agony, and impotence ever before in my life.
And the fact is, I'm not just saying this like out of nowhere, right? Like, we have evidence for this, right? The last most leftist mayor that New York had, I would say, was Bill de Blasio, and they did the same thing with him. And he wasn't even avowed. He wasn't even really like an avowed democratic socialist, you know. So yeah, there's a particular dynamic that's going to be at play.
I fear being sent to a country that feels strange to me now. I fear not seeing my mom ever again. I fear not seeing my grandparents ever again.
Like the snowstorm, they tried to blame because if I recall correctly, right after Bill de Blasio took mayor, I think the snowstorm hit and the streets didn't get cleared fast enough, or at least they made it made a fucking whole thing over it, whatever.
They are old, and I know that I only have a very few years with them. I fear not seeing my brother, even if it is just to argue. But mostly, I fear not seeing my baby brother ever again. He's just 3 years old, and he is what brings happiness to my life. Now, all the times I have nightmares, I dream that I'm being taken away, or my mom is being taken away, and I can't do anything to stop it. Sorry. So please go above and beyond to protect people like me, people like my mom, my brother, my neighbors. Please.
Sorry, my English is not so good.
It's okay.
I have written some.
That's fine.
Okay, first of all, congratulations. Your empathy deserves to lead. Okay, number one. Number two, thank you for creating softness in people's heart. In world where people are not united. Okay. The third one, please continue to be our light and hope during this difficult time.
Thank you.
Really, you, my family, my daughters, my husband, everyone.
I like this lady.
When you go outside New York.
And like this lady, she just shows up. And my English is not so good. And she whips out this note. Great note, lady. Great note.
I see some happiness and satisfaction people face. I'm a very good observer. So now I saw little change in that people faces, like hope, light, happiness because of you.
Thank you.
Samina. Yeah, I'm from Pakistan.
पाकिस्तान से?
Yeah, उर्दू आती?
हाँ। पढ़ तो नहीं सकता हूँ।
और नहीं
बोल तो
पढ़ते,
सकता
लेकिन
हूँ।
मैंने तो मुझे ये था कि मुझे पता नहीं इंग्लिश। मेरी बेटी कहती नहीं मामा उनको आती है, आप जाए आप उर्दू में बात करें।
कहाँ से हो पाकिस्तान?
पाकिस्तान लाहौर।
लाहौर से?
लाहौर से।
मैं एक दफ़ा गया था।
गया था लाहौर आप?
बहुत ही खूबसूरत शहर।
बहुत खूबसूरत शहर है, लेकिन आप जैसे लोगों ने आके न्यूयॉर्क को बहुत खूबसूरत बना दिया है, यकीन करें। वो खूबसूरती अलग है, बिल्डिंग्स की, हर चीज़ की बिल्डिंग।
Okay, this is fucking wild. He just breaks out into Urdu. This is insane. They're just having like I mean, like I know that he's multilingual, but like he just like that. That was wild.
जो खूबसूरती आपने लोगों के दिलों में दी है ना, और जो सॉफ्टनेस डाली है, मैंने बड़े बड़े हार्ट्स को बदलते देखा है यहाँ पर।
Thank you.
ऊपर वाले भी और नीचे वाले भी, दोनों। आपने लोगों के दिल बदल दिए हैं।
Thank you.
और ये आप एक कितने गिफ्ट होता है।
So sweet.
अल्लाह की तरफ से वो आपको मिला है।
Thank you.
शी हो रही, मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा मैं और क्या बात करूँ। इंग्लिश मुझे अच्छी आती नहीं, वरना मैं आपसे इंग्लिश में भी अच्छी बात आती नहीं, वरना मैं आपसे इंग्लिश में भी अच्छी बात।
जो भी बोलना है।
आपकी आंखों में जो एक सच्चाई है ना, वो किसी से छुप नहीं सकती, किसी से छुप नहीं सकती। नहीं।
Thank you. Thank you. Just give me.
Thank you.
Zohran Mamdani.
Hello.
Hi, Zara.
Hi. How are you?
Good.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Very welcome.
My name is Anastasia Dutsati.
Yes, what's on your mind?
I am an asylum seeker, queer, Russian exile journalist. I've been in New York since January 2022, and it feels very special to be in this space because people like myself are usually not allowed in the spaces of power, and we are usually reduced to the case numbers or A numbers, and it's very special to be here. Thank you for having me. And I wanted to ask you how you're planning to address ISIS presence in the city. And also, I believe that the sentiment towards immigrants and asylum seekers in the country right now is not the best. And I faced it myself so many times. When I was going for like job interviews, people would be worried that if they hire me, there might be troubles with the law because I'm an asylum seeker, and it's really hard to explain to them that I'm legal. I have a work authorization, and I'm overqualified for the job sometimes, but I'm still here. And I was also laid off during the funding cuts. I was a researcher on transgender asylum seekers research here in an NGO. And yeah, I've been wondering how you're planning to address immigration.
I think there are a number of things. I think the first is to use the bully pulpit to actually.
By the way, who said this? Someone in chat said this was Philip Glass. Who said that? Was that Bob? Whoever said it, they were right. This is absolutely Philip Glass. I just picked it up. I was like, I wasn't really paying attention to the music, and then I heard a melody, and there was like, oh, that's.
Say that we're proud of being a
Philip
city
Glass.
where retaliation for tenant.
Wow. Oh my God. That is disturbing. People weaponizing immigration status. Oh my God. Fuck off. Fuck you.
When did I thought of myself, part of it is I grew up here, I was 7 years old when I came, and so my sense of self was tied to my sense of the city. I felt like I was a New Yorker from a very young age. I didn't know that I had a home in New York politics though, until I worked on a campaign for a man named Khadr El Yatim, ran for city council in Bay Ridge. And that's when I saw myself in our city's politics. And I think that my hope is that that's what our administration can do. It can make sure that everyone knows that if they live here, they are of here. This is their city too. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes,
Give
hug.
me a hug. Thank you.
It's
Thank
the
you
first
for
time
coming.
I feel excited for politics in a while, because I don't have my home country anymore because it's no more. And now I have this as my home, and you're making it so special for all of us. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, I think we'll end that clip there. We basically watched the whole freaking thing. I couldn't help myself. I think that's a great way for us to get the 2026 year started. Talk about all the problems that we got and some of the potential solutions. And honestly, Zoran seems equipped to handle this situation. It's a lot. I know it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. And we got, like I said before, we got to do everything we can to support him because it's a big ass job. It's a big, 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 big job. Okay. Now let's go from perhaps one of our heroes of 2025 to the biggest villain in 2025, as well as other superlatives from the Humanist Report. I'll be right back.
Welcome to the 11th annual Humanist Report Award Show, the most prestigious political award show on the internet. That's a pot shot at TYT for those who didn't catch it. I'm your host, Mike Figueredo, and 2025 has been a year, and there is a long, long long list of both heroes and villains, mostly villains, but there's a long list. And what we do every single year, for those who are new, is I will nominate 4 people or organizations or events in 4 different categories, and I will put it up to a vote. So that way all of our viewers on Patreon, YouTube, and Twitter and Blue Sky get to decide the most badass moment, WTF moment, the scumbag of the year, the MVP of the year, so on and so forth. I'm also going to do something new where I'll just throw out random awards for people based on various criteria. Like, here's Cunt of the Year, Randy Fine. Congratulations, brother. But let's get to the first main category, which is WTF Moment of the Year. And to be able to narrow this down for me was actually impossible because the whole year, 2025, was just what the fuck. Nonetheless, here's my selection. Charlie Kirk's murder. My gosh. This moment was obviously shocking, and the ensuing crackdown regarding censorship and the reaction from the right was in and of itself also shocking. But, you know, seeing him get assassinated was certainly up there in what the fuck moments. And I also nominated the Doge cuts because to see this criminal organization run by this ketamine-fueled billionaire just dismantle our government and access our data illegally and hijack entire agencies, this was actually genuinely shocking to see. I also nominated Trump's Epstein blunder as a WTF moment of the year because nobody has ever behaved as guilty in the history of guilty people as Donald Trump. And then my final nomination is Marjorie Taylor Greene's abrupt resignation. This was actually really crazy for me to see because, you know, I expected her to stay in office and grow increasingly disenchanted with Donald Trump and try to present herself as the alternative to him for a future run, but she just decided to duck out, and maybe she'll get involved in politics again in the future. Nonetheless, I just found it really shocking. But those are my nominations. Let's get to the results. So with more than 12,000 votes in total coming in, you all unequivocally said that Charlie Kirk's murder was indeed the biggest WTF moment of 2025, with the Doge cuts being the runner-up. Now, when you look at the results, it's clear that you all agreed across every single platform. 60%, 56%, and 49% on Blue Sky, YouTube, and Patreon, respectively, all said that that was indeed the WTF moment of the year. And I would have to say that I agree, kinda.
Ah, thank you, Mono. GSL is the best Space Lord returning to YouTube of the year. That's not even a super chat, and I'm putting this one up. Thank you, Mono. I appreciate that. A prolific return, the prodigal son. I am back.
A what now?
I am back. Can't be stopped.
Really, no. All of this was equally WTF to me, but I understand why people chose that as the WTF moment because it really felt like a turning point, like a sort of Reichstag fire moment. So, yeah, that was the WTF moment of the year. But for a quick award, the Shut the Fuck Up award goes to John Fetterman. Congratulations, John Fetterman, for being an insufferable prick who just won't shut the fuck up. And I hope you enjoyed this award. And more importantly, I hope you take the hint and shut the fuck up. Now, with the bad comes the good as well, because this year also had some pretty encouraging moments. So here are my nominations for the most badass moment of the year. The first nomination is Mamdani's victory for obvious reasons. It was a really dark, terrible year. And then out of the blue, he clapped Cuomo's cheeks and killed that political dynasty, and you love to see it. I also nominated the heckling and roasting of Republicans at GOP town halls at a time when it seems like everything was just going off the rails in a terrible direction when Trump just took over and Doge was making all of these cuts. I got a little bit of hope seeing people show up and just put their own congresspeople on blast. It's nice to see people get involved that way. My third nomination is Dick Cheney's death. This man is a mass murdering piece of shit. He has killed probably more than 1 million people. So it's unfortunate that he wasn't held accountable and his victims will never get the justice that they deserve. Nonetheless, it's still nice to know that he's not going to be around any longer to hurt more people. And then the next nomination for Badass Moment of the Year is the special elections that took place on Tuesday in November, where the Republican Party got blown the fuck out, and it was nice to see that there was indeed a backlash to everything that Donald Trump was doing. But those are my nominations, let's get to the actual results. So with more than 11,000 votes in total, the winner of the Badass Moment of the Year by far is Zoran Mamdani's victory, with the special elections being the runner-up. Now, if you look at the results here, 80% on Blue Sky, 75% on YouTube, 85% on Patreon, all agreed that that was indeed the best moment of the year. And I would have to agree, because it gave us hope. It felt like there was never going to be a moment of hope again, and Zoran winning was very, very wonderful. It kind of like made me feel rejuvenated. And we needed that at that time. Now, hopefully he delivers. Hopefully he can do what he wants to do. And if that's the case, then, you know, there's going to be some more badass moments to come. But for this year, Zoran gave us the dub that we desperately needed. But with that being said, I have another award to give out, just a quick award, and this award is going to go to Dr. Abdul El Sayed, who is running for the Senate in the state of Michigan. He gets the Badass Motherfucker Award for being a relentless warrior for Medicare for All. I hope he wins that seat, and I hope he gets the recognition that he deserves. So let's move into our two main categories, the Scumbag of the Year and MVP of the Year. This is where we crown our main villain and our main hero of the year. Let's start with Scumbag. So I'm going to get to the nominations first. This was very, very hard to come up with this list this year. This list could have been 20, 30 people. And I still wasn't satisfied when I put it up for a vote, but I had to do it because time was running out. I still feel like I could have reshuffled it. I mean, there's just... It was really hard. There's so many villains this year, but these are the four that I narrowed it down to. The first one is obviously Donald J. Trump. This man is destroying the fucking country in a plethora of ways. Right, he is America's first actual dictator president, and he's destroying all of our institutions, the rule of law. He's benefiting financially from everything that's happening. I mean, he's a war criminal. What else is there to say? He's up here for obvious reasons. The next person that I nominated is Stephen Miller, because I do feel like he is pulling a lot of the levers of power, in the sense that, you know, Trump really listens to him. Trump values what he has to say. Trump is letting him basically control his immigration policy for all intents and purposes. It's very similar to the way that George W. Bush let Dick Cheney control all of his policy. And I think that Stephen Miller is that kind of an influential figure. And I think he's caused a lot of harm. I think that his neo-Nazi politics is extremely damaging. And I just feel like this man is a big piece of shit and will be all better when he's out of power. My third nominee is Elon Musk, even though he's not as relevant today as he was at the beginning of...
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait, but we got 3 more years. And I mean, unless something crazy happens, we got 3 more years of Nostradamus over there. 3 more years of... What have we been calling him again? We had like a new nickname for him.
Omega Star
what's that
just
sound?
shared 1,000 bits. Happy New Year, fireworks emoji, balloon emoji, confetti ball emoji.
Omega Star, Omega Star. Happy New Year to you. Thank you for the biddies, the sweet, sweet biddies. Look at that, we completed a goal. I never restarted it today over on Twitch. I just restarted the YouTube goal. But thank you, Omega Star. Much appreciated. Beautiful. What a year, huh? 2025. It's all over. But now we've got another year to try and make things better than 2025. Lowest bar ever, possibly.
The year,
couldn't be too hard.
His Doge cuts were truly something that is just still so shocking to think about. And all of the cuts, like the USAID cuts, that's going to lead to hundreds of thousands of deaths. It already caused so many deaths. I mean, Social Security payments for the first time did not go out to certain people because he crippled that agency. He crippled agencies like the UCFPB that were regulating his corrupt companies. And it's shocking that this man isn't in prison right now, and he needs to be. So that was an obvious nomination.
Right away.
And my last nomination is the ICE Gestapo, because these people are destroying this country. They are very, very similar to the Nazi brown shirts. They are rounding up immigrants. They're taking citizens. They're abusing their power, violating civil liberties, civil rights. And everything that they're doing is straight up illegal. They're not presenting warrants signed by judges. They're breaking the law, trespassing. I mean, everything that they're doing is so fucking shocking. So those are my 4 main nominations. But I mean, there's so many honorable mentions. You know, Benjamin Netanyahu, Randy Fine, media figures in this space who are just championing Nazism. But before we get to the results, let's look back at the winners of the past. So as you can see, Netanyahu held onto this spot for the last 2 years, and he tied with Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell for having been winners twice. And last year, the runner-up was Trump's voters, seeing as how they obviously decided to hand the country over to fascists. And before that, it was Elon Musk who was the runner-up. But without further ado, let's get to the results.
Well, first of all,
so with more than 14,000
incorrect.
votes, the winner of the Humanist Report Scumbag of the Year award goes to Donald J. Trump, making him the first person to win this award 3 times. And the runner-up is Stephen Miller. Now, when you look at the results, you can see that 55% of our YouTube audience voted for Donald Trump, and a plurality on Blue Sky and Patreon actually voted for Stephen Miller, I think because of the logic that I shared, where he really is the one who is taking advantage of this dementia-ridden president. But let's get to some comments, because I wanted to hear what you all had to say about this. So Jameson on Patreon says, I really wanted to say Miller, but then that brings up, why not the thugs themselves? Ultimately, this could be stopped at any time by Trump, and he's fine with it. His whole administration is posting memes about the suffering of our neighbors being brutalized. Fuck all of them, but especially fuck Trump. Dave's Not Here 420 on Patreon says, I'm going to say Trump because with that bullshit immunity ruling, he'll probably avoid any punishment. The rest of them are fucked if we can wrestle the government away from them. Still would have liked an all of the above choice though, because I wouldn't piss on any of them if they were on fire. Jill Pearson on YouTube says, just remember, Elon basically unilaterally killed 600,000 of the world's poorest people to make a bit more money, with millions more on their way. Red Mag on YouTube says, reminder, though USAID was a hotbed of CIA embedding and an arm of hegemonic soft power, the immediate gutting of that program caused the deaths of 600,000 people, mostly children. I think we're all sleeping on the fact that under that light, Musk is one of the most prolific mass murderers of modern times. Jack A Plus Pro on YouTube says, that's like an impossible question. They all have no redeeming factors. Signage on YouTube says, Gestapo thugs first, because they don't have to do what they're doing, they choose to. Yeah. Guy Gadares on YouTube says, Ahmed from Sudan. Another honorable mention, absolutely. Autumn Finneck on YouTube says, the shriveled orange is how all of the others got their current levels of ability to commit horrific crimes with impunity. All of them are nightmares, but he's their current access point to power. And that brings us to our last category of the evening, which is the MVP award. But I have one extra random award to hand out, and it's to Candace Owens, who's getting our first ever I Don't Fuck With You But Keep It Up award for completely dividing the entire right.
Every single person on this planet is
conspiracy
gay.
theories, her attacks on other right-wingers. I think that what she's doing is absolutely beneficial for the country because it's dividing the right and fractionalizing the right. So keep it up, Candace. You won an award on the Humanist Report Award Show, and it's not necessarily a bad one. It's kind of a good one. But without further ado, let's get to the best award ever. Listen, if you win this award, you're basically set for
Immediately, if
life.
not
You can
sooner.
boast about this forever. You can put it on your resume and just like walk into any job and be like, I won the Humanist Report's MVP award. So I'll start on Monday. I can't even say it with a straight face. But, you know, this is our main award. So the MVP award is the best person in all of politics. And look, in a country like the United States of America, there's not a lot of good to go around, but I do like to honor the people who do a lot of good. So my nominations this year for MVP of 2025 are, of course, Zoran Mamdani. He didn't just give us hope. He expanded the realm of what's possible in the United States. He is helping to destigmatize socialism and mainstream socialism. And I mean, the guy is just truly a powerhouse. He's good at what he does. So I think he is somebody who is going to be able to direct American politics, hopefully in a better direction in the coming years. My second nomination is Miss Rachel, because this is a woman who just cares about children. And the fact that she decided to put it all on the line to condemn the genocide in Gaza, it is something that's great because so many other people in Hollywood and around the world, they're staying silent because they don't want to jeopardize their careers. But Miss Rachel said, you know what? Fuck that. children shouldn't be murdered, and I'm not afraid to say that. And we shouldn't be afraid to say that. So I want to send some positivity her way after she was nominated for Anti-Semite of the Year by the Stop Zionism organization, which is just fucking stupid. My next nominee is Kat Abou-Gazelle, and I don't usually nominate candidates for congressional office unless they win or accomplish something, but Kat isn't just running for office in one of the best, most inspiring campaigns since Zohran Mamdani. She actually put her body on the line and is now paying for it. She got indicted by the federal government for obstructing ICE, and they're trying to, you know, throw these political charges at her to stop her, but I think it's just going to fuel her even more, and I think that her badassery needs some recognition.
Yeah, Mike's making a great point. You know, fact is a lot of the stuff we are going to be watching together. Like, I watched a few of these things, but it was the New Year's Eve stream. I figured I wouldn't take it too seriously. We're just going through the 2025 again, stuff that we already know about. But yeah, Mike makes a good point. Kat really did put it all on the line, as well as running for Congress simultaneously. She's an impressive woman.
And my final nomination is the Gaza Flotilla activists. This is actually a collective of people, including Chris Smalls, Greta Thunberg, and others, because they literally put their lives on the line. They knew that they were going to be captured, potentially bombed by Israel. Some of them were abused. Greta Thunberg was forced to kiss the flag, and she knew this is what they would do to her, but she did this because she wanted to break the blockade, because people needed to know about the starvation taking place in Gaza that was deliberate, and I just find this so fucking encouraging. These people are literal heroes, and they need some recognition. But before we get to the results, let's take a look at the history of the MVP award, because this award has been dominated by one man, and that person is Bernie Sanders. As you can see, he won 8 years in a row, from 2015 to 2022, until he finally got knocked off in 2023 by Rashida Tlaib, because he wasn't nominated by me due to his refusal to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Now, the following year, he actually did start to call for a ceasefire, as well as an arms embargo, which led to him being nominated again, since he was basically the only senator that was doing that. But he still wouldn't call it a genocide, and for that reason, he kind of slipped behind in favorability, which paved the way for Jon Stewart to win in 2024, which is when he returned to The Daily Show at the best possible moment, which was incredibly soothing to millennials like myself who enjoyed his wit and sharp commentary. And at a really dark, depressing time, it was just so nice to have Jon Stewart back. But this year, we have a brand new winner on the list, so let's get to the results. With nearly 9,000 votes cast across multiple platforms, the winner of the Humanist Report's MVP of 2025 goes to Zohran Mamdani. Obviously, it was always going to be Zohran Mamdani, and this is not a surprising result to me. And the runner-up is the Gaza Flotilla activists for their courage and bravery and shedding light on a genocide and Israel's mass starvation campaign. But let's get to some comments, because you all had a lot to say about these nominations. Raymond Rogers on Patreon says, Miss Rachel never asked to be political, yet she's handling it like a boss. Jim D. Bartolo on Patreon says, all amazing people and options, but Zohran and his victory and on-message progressivism is my choice. He's showing that running on leftism, Dem socialism is possible by winning, setting the winning example for other Dems to follow for a possibly better future. But damn, I love Kat, and Miss Rachel is a beacon for us all, and the Gaza Flotilla activists are brave as fuck in the face of horrors. Skyla on Patreon says, for me, it's the activists. That's putting your life out there and on the line, more like the unsung heroes of the protest world. Wesman44 on YouTube says, Miss Rachel is incredibly inspiring since her career was not tied to politics or activism. She just saw children suffering and couldn't just look the other way. The amount of hate she has had to endure is staggering. She is a powerful symbol of care and empathy in the face of unapologetic dehumanization. Parker402 writes, the man who threw the sandwich at the police officer in D.C. Casey O'Leary on YouTube says, for me, it's a tie between Kat and the Flotilla activists, because they're quite literally putting their bodies on the line to stand up to the ICE Gestapo and the genocidal Israeli government, respectively. The courage they've shown to help their fellow human beings is inspirational. NSN on YouTube says, the impact that Zohran has already had and will continue to have is absolutely a political earthquake. The strongest forces politically that have controlled America and to an extent the world have been abusive corporate Zionist AIPAC white white supremacist racist. He has shattered their hold on political victory. There is hope in these dark times that change will actually happen. F21 on YouTube says, anyone standing on the side of good is an MVP. All of them, the known and the unknown. Your energy matters. Make sure that you're on the right side of history. And last but not least, Mushroom Dude on YouTube writes, Zoran's victory gave me so much hope that I didn't know I could feel. Like that will have such a positive impact on the future of politics. So those are the results. And I lied because there's one last award to give out. It's the I Love You Award. And that goes to you, viewers. Now that I've bribed you, hit that like button because, putting out this award show.
Oh, thank you so much, Mike, for the award show. What an incredible fanfare. Oh my God. The suspense. Incredible. Okay, now, what is next on my list? Oh, yeah, okay. Let's go to the president. See how over the entire year, particular room has changed dramatically. I think we know which room we're talking about. We're talking about the Oval Office, which looked like a normal place 1 year ago, and now looks like a gilded hellscape. Look at that, Joe Biden in here.
Race.
So long ago, November 2024. Feels like a lifetime.
The White House under Donald Trump has had quite the makeover this year, and he's only just getting started. The gold, the music, it says it all. This is the Donald's new Gilded Age.
You can't imitate gold, real gold. There's no paint that imitates gold.
So these aren't like from Home Depot or something?
No, this is not Home Depot stuff.
No.
And it's not just the Oval Office. There's a new presidential Walk of Fame, which overlooks the Rose Garden, the turf now patio for fine dining. And the East Wing has been knocked down, ready for a new, huge ballroom.
And it's the highest level. And you see it goes beautifully with the White House. I mean, the mix is beautiful.
This is not just Trump's style, it's government policy. Among his more than 200 executive orders, this one, making federal architecture beautiful again. It says that classical and traditional architecture are preferred modes of architectural design, and it criticizes modernist and brutalist constructions that are unpopular with Americans. For Trump, brutalism isn't beautiful. The post-war movement that was functional, geometric, often concrete. Abundant not just across Washington, D.C., but in the UK too, most notably on London's South Bank.
So what we're going to track on this tour is the 50s, the 60s and the 70s.
Brutalism may have its detractors, but it also has admirers. This tour is run by the 20th Century Society, a charity that works to preserve certain buildings constructed after 1914. On this tour, a number of students from the United States. What do they make of their president's thoughts on architecture?
Think back to the Greeks, the Romans, the idea of classical architecture and empire. There can be a chance that he might want to emulate ideas of power.
I think historically too that this kind of neoclassicism and traditional architecture holds a sense of legitimacy and power and tradition.
Brutalism was opposed to the Greco-Roman designs that so many strongmen have adored throughout history.
The 20th century precedents of the Stalinist Russia and Nazi Germany, which had a preference for classical architecture. Modern architecture was celebrated for breaking away from that, of being democratic and egalitarian and open.
But while this type of post-war design sought to represent a new optimistic future, its critics argue it did the opposite.
Modernism, in a sense, came in architecture of elitism.
Like, you had to have like a great degree of education or kind of knowledge in order to appreciate it.
Ben Pentreath is an architectural designer who has overseen the building of Poundbury, the town in Dorset that is King Charles's pet project. A place of Greeks.
I think it's an elitist opinion to think that you need... Wait, where am I? Oh, my camera's on. I think it's kind of an elitist opinion to think that you need to have an education to appreciate any particular kind of architecture. Like, like a particular aesthetic is somehow more akin to having an education than not. Like, it seems like a weird conclusion to draw.
Shoes and columns. No high...
Anyways, they took a weird turn on this one. I forgot about that. I did watch part of this one earlier. And they just like start talking about brutalist architecture and all this other stuff. And I guess I get why they're talking about it. But I mean, me personally, I would have preferred to just talk about how much gold. Like, I wish they would have just quantified how much gold was in the White House. That would have been a more interesting exercise, if you ask me. You know, because I've been actually wondering that question to myself. Like, how many ounces of gold do you figure have been used in gilding every surface in the White House? It's got to be a pretty large figure. Like, literally, it seems like every single surface is just covered in gold. Right? Am I right? And then when you factor in however much gold is going to be used into this 60,000 square foot ballroom. 60,000. Give me a break. The Walk of Fame, which is basically just made out of gold leaf. Carl Schmidt with the sweet super chat. Thank you. I will recount that the plans for this to be his pharaonic funeral mausoleum, with the addition that the bunker will be his tomb. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's to you, Carl. You are greatly appreciated. All right, we got to keep talking 2025. Let's go here to PBS NewsHour from earlier on Wednesday. You know, last year. Let's talk about why PolitiFact has labeled 25 the year of the lie.
On this New Year's Eve, we're looking back at this unprecedented political year that saw a flood of claims and misinformation. For the past 15 years, the fact-checkers at the nonprofit PolitiFact have sorted through hundreds of statements by politicians to name the #1 lie of the year. But this year, the editors have done something a little different, instead dubbing 2025 the year of the lies. I recently explored this decision with PolitiFact editor-in-chief Katie Sanders, and a warning: this conversation contains images of starvation that some viewers may find disturbing. Katie, let's start with that change. Why is this the year of the lies?
Well, we've been doing this for a long time, and the volume and severity of the inaccurate claims was just overwhelming, and we felt that it was insufficient to name just one our lie of the year.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Catch people's attention and take stock of the times we're in. And so we thought renaming it and giving it a different purpose might do that.
As you're implying, there were almost too many lies for you to talk about just one. Many of them revolved around President Trump and his administration, everything from words about tariffs to the Venezuelan boat strikes. But we're going to try and focus on a couple here, starting with health misinformation. President Trump and his Health and Human Services Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., talked about vaccine safety at some point. They also had a news conference in September in which they...
What didn't these guys talk about? Every single time a Trump official opened their mouths, another lie spilled out. I mean, that's how I'm reading it. I was watching the news every day, all day, and then talking about the news, you know, for the rest of the hours of the day. Every single time one of these guys and or gals came to the podium, they were prepared to, and in fact did, lie about at least one thing at a time. been one of the most consistent through lines of the year.
Said that pregnant women should not use Tylenol. To this day, the White House website says it's a, quote, fact that Tylenol is linked to autism. What are the facts?
It's not. This is another example of the administration running with associations and unproven research that has not been corroborated elsewhere. And what we've spoken to numerous health groups and medical professionals and experts since that September news conference who have stuck to what the research conclusions are, which is that this is one of the few over-the-counter medications that are available to pregnant women to manage pain during pregnancy. This one really stuck out in a year of countless statements about health and health policy that were not rooted in fact and created a lot of confusion, frustration among providers and patients on the ground.
On to immigration. This has been a big part of this Trump administration, deportations. The Trump administration has said that they are focused on the worst of the worst. Does that claim hold up?
I think that when you look at the data, it is pretty clear that that impression is not reflected. They are arresting violent criminals, but the majority of people who are being detained and then deported are people who are in the country illegally but did not commit criminal activities. I think almost 73% of people who have been detained did not have criminal convictions. So it's clear that the Trump campaign and the Trump administration has been framing it one way, but when you look at the statistics and you read countless anecdotes and videos of people who are being affected by this policy, it's clear that this is not true. Most people who are being affected are not what they had described as violent criminals, shorthanded as the worst of the worst.
You also allowed readers to vote for what they saw as the #1 lie of the year, and they chose some words by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu from July, in which he said at that time that there was no starvation in Gaza. What's the context for that?
The context was over the summer, there were a lot of visuals coming out of Gaza showing, people who were emaciated. And this wasn't just visual evidence, but there were human rights organizations and other influential groups that were documenting starvation in that part of the world as a result of the Israeli actions. And so that got a pants on fire rating from us because it was not only wrong, it was ridiculous. It was contrary to all available evidence.
Now, you are aware that there is a conversation coming from President Trump about whether there is media bias against him. He says that there is. And most of your claims here that you've looked at or that you say are lies or falsehoods are from the Trump administration and others in power. How do you gut check yourself to make sure that you're not biased or you're not being fed a narrative that you're following?
We check ourselves a few ways. We check both sides of the political debate. There were examples of Democratic officials, Hakeem Jeffries, Governor J.B. Pritzker in Illinois, who were on our Reader's Choice ballot for saying some things that were clearly false. So we call it both ways. And I would just say, as the editor of PolitiFact, we receive a number of pitches from what the Trump administration is saying on a daily basis, and we're very selective in what we choose to pursue. We can't get to everything. And so I think there is a serious volume difference coming from the White House and other places, but we've been covering President Trump as a candidate or an official for a decade, and so that's not very different from our experience.
Yeah, I mean, people aren't biased against... The truth is biased against Donald Trump, okay? Although that's the wrong use of the word biased. The fact is the truth just does not agree with Trump. And he believes that anybody who doesn't agree with him is biased, right? That's how he perceives it. That's how he lives his life. Thinking that he's just, all these people, they're just aggrieved because people disagree with them on Twitter or not even, I mean, honestly, wherever it is. Oh, God. All right. All right, we are 3 hours into the stream already. Somehow it's flying by. The year is already ticking away. We must continue to make progress, however. Gotta take a quick galactic intermission here. Do not worry, though. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Why don't I have sound? Oh, I know why I don't have sound. It's because that is muted right now. All right, everybody. I hope you've all been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, the subscribe button on YouTube, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A whole lot of great ways for individuals like you to show your support. Things like YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch with the bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal, of course. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom lines of Amazon and or Google, but the very best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars is, as always, to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron, where for the low, low price of 10 cents a day, $3 a month, you get access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like a avatar on one of the break screens. That's right, an avatar could be yours. Galactically speaking, during the intermissions, you could be dancing or doing whatever it is, within reason. Say at the pool, the bar, the lake, or the street. That is not all, though. You don't just get an avatar. What? Yes, that's correct. Not just an avatar, you get yourself a shout out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. Anyways, everybody, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. All right, Space Fams. You know what that sound means. It means, of course, that it is time for us to get back to the stream. The break is over. The third half is about to begin. So get back in your seats, otherwise you are going to miss it. Okay, here we are once again, third half about to begin. We ended the second half talking about 2025 themed lie of the year of the lies, year of the lies, quote unquote, by PolitiFact for all of the lies that happened this year. And boy, oh boy, were there a lot of them. It felt like a constant fact check. Honestly, for me personally, honestly, a little overwhelming. Now let's move on to some other New Year's stuff. Experts are saying that these 5 food myths should be done away with, left behind in 2025.
Now to your health watch, a question many ask every day: what should we do for dinner? If you're trying to reach the health goals, it may be harder to find your answer. An expert says wrong food choices are made every day because of certain misconceptions. CBS News Miami's Mandy Gaither has 5 food myths to leave behind as we move into 2026.
From social media to well-meaning friends, food trends can spread like fire, and they're not always true.
As anyone who's tried any food trend, it's not a one-size-fits-all.
Registered dietitian Julia Zampano with Cleveland Clinic says the first common myth: to lose weight, you have to give up all your favorite foods.
Maybe you have it a little less often at a smaller portion, but I think all foods can fit into a plan.
Next, avoid grain products when trying to lose weight. That's false. Zampano says it's a matter of how much of those you're eating, what you're pairing them with, and how you prepare them.
It's most important just to choose whole grains and a very balanced diet.
Third, going gluten-free is healthier. Zampano says if you have gluten sensitivity, yes, avoid gluten. But she says that doesn't equal weight loss.
Gluten-free products are pretty much the same product like bread, but just made with a flour that doesn't have that protein in it.
Fourth, avoid all fats to lose weight. Again, false. Zampano says fat is essential to our bodies, but she says to limit the intake and focus on eating healthy fats. Finally, going vegetarian helps you lose weight and be healthier. That's a myth. While plant-based diets are healthy, simply avoiding meat doesn't necessarily equate to healthier outcomes.
You may not be meeting your protein needs.
Okay, well, there we go. 5 food myths, apparently, that the nutritional experts are saying are just, they're myths. They're not real. They're not real. You're doing them for the wrong reasons. Potentially. Not for sure. If you were listening, you know. But yeah, I think moderation and balanced diet probably best plan, and staying active. Of course, there's always other factors, but yeah. By the way, Donald James, Happy New Year to you. I saw your message over there. I just totally forgot to respond to you. She's like, I guess I'm just sort of in the thrall of 2026. Can't believe it's here already. That 2025 just kind of disappeared for me. Like, it felt like it took forever. Like, I feel like 10 years older, but at the same time, like, I feel like it started and it was just over. It was like, what? So what happened? We were just getting done talking about the billionaire inauguration. What happened? What happened? Can we go back to that? Something is afoot at the Circle K. Oh, God. I've lost my place. All right, yeah, let's go here to Canada. CBC News from 2 days ago. Let's talk about the books that explained 2025.
Hey everybody, it's Jamie. Well, there are just a couple of days left in 2025. We've done about 250 episodes this year, if you can believe it, really geared at trying to understand this moment that we're in. Threats of economic invasion and trade wars, political crashouts and turnarounds, assassinations, a half-century world order upended. I mean, that is just a short list. So today we're going to do something a little bit different. We've invited a bunch of our favorite guests back onto the show, people that have helped us make sense of that grim list and much more. And we've asked them one simple question: what book helped you understand 2025? They were excited to talk, so much so that we're going to split this across 2 episodes, today and tomorrow. Stephen Marr is back. He's been essential to so much of our Canadian political coverage this year. So is author, journalist, and historian Rick Perlstein, who we had on to talk about the legacy of Ronald Reagan. But first, we are joined by Jason Stanley, the philosopher and scholar of fascism who left Yale and moved to Canada at the start of Trump's second administration. Jason, thank you so much for coming back on the show. It's great to have you.
It's great to be in discussion with you again.
So you have had a year of enormous change yourself, leaving Yale, moving to Canada, watching the political landscape in the U.S. shift away from anything that we'd long recognized as normal. And when we asked you to pick a book that helped explain the year we just lived through, you actually pointed to 2 books: Plato's Republic, Book 8, and Peter Beinart's Being Jewish After Gaza, A Reckoning. And I want to start with Plato because you are a philosopher, after all. And what was it about Book 8 specifically that made you think this was a text of particular relevance in 2025?
So it's been a book of particular relevance, I think, for quite some time in the United States, because it's about how democracy leads to tyranny. And Plato gives this argument that's been sort of should be the foundation of democratic political philosophy. And the argument is that democracy allows anyone to run for office. And so that means that some people who completely are unsuitable for office will run for office, and they will lie and they will lie in a particular way. They'll exploit free speech in a particular way. They'll create fear. They'll create fear of an external enemy and an internal enemy. And they'll tell the people that they will protect the people from this external enemy and from this internal enemy. And then Plato says some things like they'll promise money to the people. So what you see now is Donald Trump promising Trump checks for people.
honestly, I feel like a lot of these guys take the Plato's Republic thing and people like Curtis Yarvin and whomever else, your Peter Thiels. I don't know if I assume they've read it, but maybe not. They just kind of go to the extreme with the king part of the philosopher king sort of whatever. What do you call it? My brain just broke. I wasn't prepared to discuss Plato's Republic right now. I didn't do the book report last night. I literally do own a copy of it though, and I've read it, and like, I feel like there's definitely a way to take Plato's Republic in the wrong direction. But also, I mean, there are some things in there, no doubt, that are probably good models for democracy. But it's from a long time ago.
All the while keeping fear alive and telling the people, I am your protector. I am the only one who can save you from the internal enemy and the external enemy.
What do you think this all says about the enduring relevance of a book that was written thousands of years ago?
It shows us that we are not in a new moment. It shows us that democracy has always been fragile and unstable if we let ourselves fall into this demagoguery. It shows that there's something that philosophers have always recognized about people, about our vulnerabilities to fear, to scapegoating, to being afraid of scapegoats. What we've learned from, I think, once from the last 200 years, once nationalism arose, is that xenophobia is one of the easiest kinds of scapegoating tactics to create fear of foreigners, and that itself is something that is discussed in the history of democratic political philosophy. In Pericles' funeral oration, he talks about how democracies welcome the foreigner to the city. And so you're moving into an anti-democratic moment when foreigners, people coming into the city from outside, are treated as something to fear. Pericles says democracies do not fear the outsider coming in.
Plato describes this ladder of decline to outline how states eventually degenerate. Where do you think the U.S. is on that ladder today? And what does Plato say about how this backsliding kind of ultimately happens?
Well, I think the United States today is not, you can't really bring Plato to bear to talk about the kind of structure, a political structure of
philosopher kings had to be raised in training. It wasn't just some guy. Yeah, absolutely. Right. Like, I didn't want to go deep into the book right now, but absolutely. But like but the fact is they also see themselves in that way. They feel like they were raised, and they're like, people like Elon Musk see themselves as above everybody else. Right. He lived in a gated community in apartheid South Africa. Like, these guys believe themselves, whether or not they act, you know what I mean? Like, they haven't passed any, whatever.
United States, Plato isn't talking about us.
We live in a world of fake philosopher kings. They're really just oligarchs.
Court or a division of powers. He's talking more about the way democratic culture erodes into a culture of tyranny, because democracy is fundamentally a culture. It's a culture of equal respect and maximum freedom. So what fear does is, what scapegoating does, you make people afraid of certain groups, and then afraid of the freedom you're giving groups. Think of the attacks on women that are so central to attacks on democracy, attacks on women's
this
freedom.
woman is dangerous,
What you're
ladies and
saying
gentlemen.
is that a women's freedoms are a threat. So the freedom for an abortion, that is a threat to you. So you represent freedoms as threats. So you're representing the chief value of democracy, freedom, as a threat, and equality as a threat. And so I think what we're seeing in the United States with the open cruelty of the Trump administration, of the Trump regime, with a kind of like flaunting and bragging about the cruelty to immigrants, we're seeing a direct attack on the basis of equal respect, which is empathy.
Okay. Let's keep this moving. All right, let's go from Canada book clubs over at CBC to talk about something that may be coming in the new year for Canada, specifically, well, I guess really for the whole country, but most specifically for the province of Alberta, right smack dab in the middle there. And, well, Alberta, if you're from Alberta, or really probably from Canada, you may know what's coming up here. But last year, I think it was earlier in the year, there was talk, I think around the time people were doing like the Canada Solid, I can't remember what it was called. Canada, I think it was the Canada's, like around the Canada's not for sale time stuff. Some people in Alberta were talking about secession. Yeah, they were talking about how, you know, they need to go their own way. And it's possible we could see a referendum vote in Alberta for separation from Canada. That'd be very strange.
Do you agree that Alberta should remain in Canada? This is a question that we want on the referendum.
It was an initiative aimed at battling back against Alberta's separatists. In 3 months, the Forever Canadian campaign collected the signatures of almost 500,000 Albertans, surging past the 300,000 required.
Feels good. Feels good. I'm so proud of Alberta.
But petition proponent Thomas Lukaszuk, a former Progressive Conservative deputy premier, says an actual referendum was never the goal. Instead, he had hoped the Alberta government would see the response to his petition as a sign that Albertans wanted to put the issue to bed.
Since then, things have changed. It appears that the premier seems to be very sympathetic to the separatist cause, and we may end up having a separatist referendum anyhow.
What does next year have in store for you?
Yeah, and Danielle Smith sucks.
Next year's going to be
the
busy,
worst.
right?
Lawyer Jeff Rath is ready to campaign for an independent Alberta in 2026.
What do you call this? This guy is he's sitting on a long bench. It's like a piano bench or something. He's got his legs on, like, this is, wow. Wow, sir. Really? This is how you're sitting now?
Lawyer Jeff Rath is ready to campaign for
you an adult. Are you an adult man in a suit doing an interview
independent
right
Alberta in 2026. His group's petition for a referendum asking, do you agree that the province of Alberta should cease to be a part of Canada to become an independent state, has just been approved by Elections Alberta. Beginning January 2nd, the group has 120 days to collect 177,000 signatures if they want the question to be put to a vote.
I'm hoping that we can convince at least 60% of our fellow citizens to leave Canada. I think the financial case for it is incredibly strong.
Okay, well, this weird guy here, he's real optimistic about Alberta seceding from the nation. Stupid. So what, is Alberta going to be an island just sort of sitting in between Canada? Between what? Manitoba, BC, and whatever is down south beneath that. Montana? I think it's Montana. It's gonna just be its own country now? Yeah, you think, Alberta? You think it's gonna go good for you? Is that what you think? Really? Really, Canada? I mean, really, not Canada. I'm sorry, Canada. I don't mean to. Really, Alberta? Come on. Come on. Come on. Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. All right. Now, let's quickly talk about the U.S. economy. Donald Trump claiming big victory on tariffs this year. NBC Montana from 3 days ago. Trump's tariff triumph. $236 billion. Collected from global trade feels the heat. I don't know what that means. I don't like this title. This title is dumb. Did you use ChatGPT for this title, NBC Montana?
President Donald Trump shook up global trade this year from Liberation Day to new deals. CNN's Anna Kubin takes a look at 2025's biggest moments in trade.
2025 was a pretty eventful year in global trade. When President Trump took office again in January, countries braced themselves for new tariffs. But when Trump's so-called Liberation Day came in April,
we came armed with a little smaller chart.
The hit was even harder than anticipated. Tariff rates were higher than expected. All countries were hit with duties of at least 10%, with some, like Brazil, hit with tariffs much, much higher.
They charge us, we charge them less.
This is just right-wing propaganda, says Cat Seeding Birds. I assume that was about the previous video. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, Amanda. Happy New Year to you. I gotta say, it's nice that we've at least built a viewership big enough over on Twitch that we still have, you know, I mean, a sizable audience. Not as big as the YouTube, but, you know, even I was worried that we would go back to YouTube. We would be like multi-streaming, that Twitch would just completely die. I was like, I was thinking that would be the case, and that we would, all that work would go to waste. You know, there's some days, sometimes during these streams where Twitch is actually competing with YouTube for audience. Not right now, but sometimes. Sometimes it is. Anyway, Donald Trump claimed that they took in $236 billion from the tariffs this year. Whole year, $236 billion. That's actually, just so you're aware of this, because we were told that the tariffs were going to make up a $5 trillion deficit over 10 years. But over 10 years, let me just do the math here. 236 billion times 10. Yeah, that's not going to cut it. It's actually less than half of what they needed to take in from the tariffs to offset the budget. So now we're going to be spending way more money than we're taking in as a result of the tax cuts. Who knew? Oh, right, that's right. Everybody, from people with a math degree down to those with mostly just a pulse and the brainwave, this was not going to work out for multiple reasons, and if it did work out, it would be terrible for America. And here we go, lo and behold, 1 year into the trade war. Less than half of what was needed. I really just needed that in here so I would remember to rant about this situation. I actually do that more often than you think. Okay, let's move it along while we're talking business. Let's talk about the top tech gadgets of 2025 with CBS News from last week.
Christmas is a few days away, and if you haven't finished your holiday shopping yet, we've got some ideas for the techies on your list. From Apple and Nintendo to GoPro and more, tech site Mashable compiled its ultimate tech gift guide for 2025. Here to discuss is Timothy Worth, the tech editor at Mashable, and we should note Mashable may earn an affiliate commission if you buy something through links on their website. But thank you so much for being here. So Timothy, which gadgets of the tech variety topped the list?
I'd say this year it's got to be the Nintendo Switch 2. It was probably one of, if not the biggest gadgets released this year. People have been waiting years for it. And what's cool about that one, of course, is that it's really fun for all ages. I mean, I know people with kids who love it. I know kids who are asking Santa.
The kids, they love the Nintendo Switch. Top tech gadgets of 2025. Thank you, who was that, Manda? Thank you, Manda, for the drink. Appreciate people keeping me hydrated over here. It's important. And a New Year's Eve stream, and I'm still exhausted from last night. 19 hours. Can you, hey, come on. Can I round up to 19? 18 hours, 15 minutes? There's no way I'm rounding down to 18. Come on, don't make me do that. Oh, God, my voice is beat. Oh. Delicious, still delicious. Maybe getting more and more delicious as the night goes on. What was I about to say? I was going to say something. There was something I was going to say, and I can't think of what it was. Yep, it's gone. It's gone. No more thoughts in my brain.
And I know, plenty of people without kids in their 20s, 30s, and beyond who have been playing it for months. So it's really a crowd pleaser this year.
You think about buying someone tech, and then you realize, oh, you need that accessory, and you need that, and you need that. You need that wire, or whatever it is. What is your advice to people who are trying to keep that price tag a little lower?
Yeah. In that case, I'd say something like headphones or smartwatches are a good bet. I mean, there really aren't any extra accessories that you need, and there are tons of good options in
I love that. If you don't want to buy something that needs accessories, just buy some accessories instead. There's no There's no way for this plan to fail, okay? I love that. That is hilarious. That is basically what he just said, right? Look, if you don't want to buy something or you gotta buy a bunch of expensive accessories, just buy one expensive accessory for something else. You see? You see how that works? Genius. He's thought it through. This man has thought it through. That question wasn't going to stump this individual, whatever his name is, in Rochester, New York. This guy saying he thinks about Nintendo Switches or whatever. People do love their smartwatches. It's true. I mean, I'm not disputing this fact. I just found it to be funny, a funny way to frame that. Like, hey, people, I get it. These accessories, they cost so much money. But did you think of just buying one accessory instead of the thing that needs the accessories? Which basically is predicated upon somebody already having a device that needs accessories, right? That's sort of the irony in that statement to me. Because what if you give them headphones but they don't have a computer or like a cell phone or something? Then you're in a real conundrum. They're just walking around looking weird, not actually listening. Well, I guess you wouldn't look weird as long as nobody figures out you're not listening to music on your headphones. But you really wouldn't do much aside from keeping your ears warm. Although it's the winter, so maybe that would be a beneficial gift. But earmuffs, so much cheaper than actual headphones. Wow, Boku says F Air Force Ones. Are you sure about that? You don't need, I don't know, say at least 1 or 2 per? Is that a problem? I mean, sure, I get it. You have 3 or 4 per. I mean, yeah, that's maybe too many, but. I am tempted to play the song now.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Not going to do it. You can't make me. Let's talk about this trend in 2025. Forbes breaking news. 2 days ago. The 2025 billionaire explosion.
The Beyond the Billion staff is out this week enjoying the holidays, and we hope you are too. You can keep track of all the breaking news and the real-time billionaire rankings on Forbes.com. In this episode, we dove into the Forbes 40 Under 40 list of the world's youngest self-made billionaires. Happy holidays. Welcome to Beyond the Billions. I'm Giacomo Tognini, and joining me today is Forbes Deputy Editor Matt Duro. Matt, welcome back on the show. I see you have your laptop out again.
It's good to be back, Giacomo, and yes, thank you for allowing me to bring the laptop.
Yeah, so you're going to need it because we're digging into a new list this week, the Forbes 40 Under 40 list of the richest self-made billionaires under 40. So tell us a little bit about that list and how it came to be.
Yeah, sure. So with markets sort of soaring amid the
Why is everything that Forbes put together, whether it's regular Forbes or Forbes breaking news, just so unbearable? I don't understand what it is. Maybe it's in the building or something. It's not clear. It's like something sucking the fun out of the room. And yet they're putting so much effort into these podcasts. The production value. I mean, they got some very nice equipment in here and other set decorations. Why can't they get people... I don't know, what's the word?
With boom,
personality?
We've sort of seen a nearly unprecedented number of, billionaires under the age of 40 who have, made their own money as opposed to inheriting it. And so that was sort of the thinking behind doing this list for the first time. And yeah, we're excited for everyone to see it.
You know why this is a shitty podcast? Because it's a podcast about billionaires that doesn't really criticize billionaires. So it's just incredibly boring. It's like, what did the billionaires do today? Oh, great. They spent more money and bought stuff and they quibbled amongst one another. Oh, what's that? Blue Origin? Great. Great news. So glad. Anyways, a few more people became billionaires this year. Very exciting, according to Forbes breaking news. Now, if you're a regular person, probably feeling the pinch. Probably thinking to yourself, what the fuck? Why is everything so goddamn expensive? Thinking to yourself, wasn't there a time when things were cheaper?
Mr. Jones and Mr. Krempler were neighbors. They each had $3,000. With his money, Mr. Jones bought himself a $3,000 car. With his money, Mr. Krempler bought himself a new refrigerator, a new range, a new washer, a new dryer, a record player, 2 new television sets, and a brand new Volkswagen.
A what now?
Now Mr. Jones is faced with that age-old problem, keeping up with the Kremplers.
1967 is apparently when that Volkswagen commercial was made. Can you imagine? Can you imagine $3,000 buying all of those things? Let alone one car. Let alone one new car. But an entire home full of appliances and a Volkswagen. Wow. How long? It was like 60 years ago. All right, let's talk about a little bit more about the economy. You know, what the hell happened this year in business? And who would we even go to for such a thing is the first question that comes to mind. You know, like what kind of guy would you need?
The year ends.
Maybe like a guy with a trench coat and a fancy looking microphone.
Every year, the year ends. But before it ends, it happens. And it's what happens in that happening that I'm here to uncover. Hop on board, folks. TikTok got banned. The FDA said Zyn is good for getting off cigarettes or getting on Zyn, if you're cool. Hindenburg went down again. Joe Biden gave a farewell speech mumbling some shit about a U.S. oligarchy or something. New prez who launched a meme coin. McDonald's ended its DEI programs. Amazon ended its DEI programs. Meta ended its DEI programs. Target ended its DEI programs. Zuck on road. TikTok came back. Justin Trudeau's got better.
Oh my God, this has been a freaking insane year, people. Good riddance.
DEI programs. Amazon ended its DEI programs. Meta ended its DEI programs. Target ended its DEI programs. Zuck on rogue. TikTok came back. Justin Trudeau's got better things going on. Trump pardoned the Silk Road guy. Wildfires in LA. Plane crash in DC. DeepSeek did AI and everyone freaked the fuck out. Trump started doing a little terrafin. The Mavericks committed white genocide. Birds got the flu and eggs got the expensive. The Eagles beat the Chiefs on Tubi. Trump said the U.S. is gonna take over Gaza and that he's finally going to be the one to end the carried interest loophole this time. The electric car company named after Nikola Tesla filed for bankruptcy. Amazon surpassed Walmart in revenue for the first time, and they bought James Bond from the Broccoli family. Plane flip. Nike and Kim Kardashian are totally hooking up, while Ye used a Super Bowl ad to sell swastika t-shirts. Elon asked government employees what they're doing for work, and female government employees what they're doing after. Also while cutting a bunch of government agencies and laying off a bunch of workers and beefing with Sam Altman and trying and failing to buy OpenAI. Pepsi bought Poppy. A man won $50 million the old-fashioned way, suing Starbucks after getting burnt by his tea. The company finally landed on the moon. Canada elected a new head Canadian. Consumers were sad about the economy, but cheer up, guys. A company landed on the moon. BlackRock bought parts of the Panama Canal. The military runs on a group chat. A Saudi Arabian company bought Pokemon Go. OpenAI chip.
Oh, God. 2025. What a year. It's just crazy. It's been a crazy freaking year. Every week, I feel like. It's just been an onslaught of the most ridiculous possible stories. Every single day, I look at my feed and I'm like, did I unsubscribe from everyone but The Onion or something? What is going on right now?
Melted by rampant studio giblification. You can buy your DoorDash now and pay for it later. Hooters file for bankruptcy. 3,000 billionaires. Cory Booker spoke for 25 hours straight, beating a record set by my wife. Eric Adams officially did nothing wrong. Liberation Day. Time to freak out. Kevin Bacon said it sucked to lose money to Bernie Madoff. Weight Watchers went bankrupt. A judge said Google is an advertising monopoly. Trump started beefing with all the schools that rejected you. Katy Perry went to space. Stephen A. Smith started talking about running for president. And so the Pope died. Chipotle wants to expand to Mexico. Sam Altman wants to scan your eyes. The Minecraft movie made $800 million. The Kohl CEO was fired for funneling business to his romantic partner. But who among us hasn't funneled their partner? GTA 6 got delayed. Labubu. Real ID. New Pope. Warren G. Buffett announced his retirement. Moody's downgraded the U.S.'s credit score. Guess what? Elon Musk made a town. Private.
Oh, do you remember back in that innocent time before we learned about Labubus? Oh my God, long, long ago. In time and place far, far away. But we knew nothing about Labubus. When someone said the word labubu to you, you would be like, "What is a labubu?" I don't understand what you're saying to me right now. Are you having a seizure? Are you having some sort of? Are you having a stroke? Can I help you in any way? What? We get you a translator. What the hell is a labubu?
He bought Skechers. Rock got obsessed with white genocide. North Koreans started taking American jobs. Max, formerly HBO Max, is now HBO Max, formerly Max. An Italian businessman got kidnapped and held at chainsaw point so he would give up his crypto password. Trump Gold Card. College athletes can start making bank. Meta AI employees can start making bank. With plans to revolutionize their products, Apple instead chose to come out with something called liquid glass. Trump and the army invited everyone to their humid birthday parade. Ice in LA. Trump Gold Share. Kraft Heinz removed artificial dye from products like Jell-O, and I am wondering what other ingredients there were. The U.S. bombed Iranian nuclear sites. Oklahoma City won the basketball championship with the help of a Canadian man. Finally, someone had a tasteful, low-key Italian wedding. Paramount paid Trump for a 60 Minutes lawsuit. Oh, look at these two. Foot fetishes. Wept.
Oh,
You can Venmo the government if you want. Trump and J-Pal hard hat spat. Skydance acquired Paramount, marking the biggest media deal of the year. The viral tea app came out, where all the ladies could get the tea on the men that they've been seeing. Until hackers dumped all the website's data out in public and probably bought us another decade until the gender wars. Hospitals struggled after getting bought out by PE. Or so I'm told. I was too busy watching Figma's rockin' stock price. A weak jobs report came one guy weaker after Trump fired the BLS boss. RFK cuts mRNA vaccine contract. Some people might still be paying for last year's Coachella. Claire's went bankrupt. The National Guard went to D.C. A lot of people aren't boozing. Americans had another constitutional right stripped from us when we were asked to not bet on the Little League World Series. The White House took a $10 billion stake in Intel. Cracker Barrel White.
Somehow I missed that story during the year. I can't believe this is a thing. Little League World Series pleads for fans to not bet on games involving children. Jesus Christ, people. What has our society become? Betting on children's sports? Really, people? Have some goddamn class. This is ridiculous. Come on. Come on, America. Little League, have you nothing better to do? Fuck yeah! Whoopsies. What did I just do?
Asked to not bet on the Little League World Series. The White House took a $10 billion stake in Intel. Cracker Barrel white genocide. Spirit Airlines went bankrupt. Trump crypto money up big time. Kraft Heinz is splitting in half, just like that baby in the Bible. The U.S. developed a concerning fetish for bombing boats. Gold prices up big time. Klarna IPO. Charlie Kirk died. Larry Ellison, richest person for a little bit. Kimmel off air. Government shutdown. Rite Aid shutdown. AI circle jerk. AI layoffs. AI friend. Louvre heist. Amazon outage. Betting scandals. JP Morgan building. Rate cut. Household debt and car repos went up. GTA 6 got delayed again. Peel bet $100 million in the New York City election. And this guy won, which isn't surprising. He's clearly best friends with the president. Elon secured a $1 trillion bag. The Big Short guy is now a big Substack guy. And Meta isn't a monopoly, apparently. Private credit? Cracked. Doge? Dead. The penny? Dead. The lowly soybean? Trapped in the crossfire of the U.S.-China trade wars. Epstein photo dump. Bitcoin bombs. OpenAI goes code red. Zuckerberg puts the brakes on the metaverse. Kalshi partnered with the news. Netflix makes Warner Bros. Their Warner bitches. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and American Secretary of Attention Katy Perry got linked up. Flop. Australia bans Instagram and other social media for children under 16. World Dart Championship. That robot vacuum company sucks. Trump sued the BBC for $10 billion. And it's Battle of the Kevins for the next Fed chair. Truly, these last 12 months have been a year. And it's been an honor to have reported alongside you throughout. So for the good of you, me, and work, I'm Dan Toomey.
Thank you, Dan. An incredible report on the year in business in 2025. My God, it's been an onslaught of ridiculous news every single day. And I'm fairly certain he missed a couple in there. He recorded 84 of those in one day. Look, Dan is a serious newsman, okay? He is willing to sacrifice to get the news to you, okay? He will go to whatever location to get a slightly different shot. All right, and in some way that is helpful. All right, how are we doing on time? All right, 4 hours in, so got more time left in this half. Let's move on to a few environmental stories. Not a lot. Not a lot, not gonna lie. Most of tonight is about New Year's Eve. And New Year's, generally speaking. And a little bit about 2025. Let's go here. France 24 English from 4 days ago talk about the cost of the natural disasters of 2025, specifically the top 10. Ooh, the big kahunas of natural disasters. I wonder how much that adds up to.
Climate change is coming at a cost. According to a 2025 report from charity Christian Aid, the year's top 10 natural disasters equated to more than $120 billion in insured losses. At the top of the list was the Palisades and Eaton fire.
I just want to point something out to everybody. 120. Did you hear the word she just said? $120 billion in insured losses. So that's the stuff on the books. That's not counting everyone else who didn't have all of their stuff insured. You know? So you got to figure maybe double. If you count the uninsured losses, which they never do.
Losses. At the top of the list was the Palisades and Eaton fires in January in the United States. More than 9,000 hectares burnt across Los Angeles. 31 people were directly killed, and the economic cost was at least $60 billion. In late November, the year's second most expensive disaster hit. The combination of two cyclones and a typhoon wreaked havoc across Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Indonesia, and Vietnam. The damage to homes, railway lines, power grids, farmlands, and other infrastructure is expected to cost at least $25 billion. Between June and August, torrential rains and flash flooding in China caused the third most costly disaster of the year. Streets turned to rivers, scores of people died, and the devastation amounted to at least $11.7 billion in damages. Christian Aid's chief executive officer says climate change is fueling these extreme events.
The data continues to show that climate change is increasing both the likelihood and intensity of extreme weather events, including floods, heat waves, and tropical cyclones. These events are causing widespread destruction and loss of life, with the greatest impact falling on communities that have done least to cause the crisis.
Yes, indeed. We said it over and over again. The people who are most affected by this are the people, generally speaking, who have done the least to cause the crisis. Not that this won't eventually come for everyone. And as we learned this year, it might be coming even sooner than we thought. Although yet to be seen if that is 100% definitive. But outlook not good. Let's go here now. Of course, it is now winter for most of us. And it's possible. If only the winter blues. Well, BBC's got you covered. Let's talk about how to cope with long winter nights and seasonal depression.
Winter is coming.
So the clocks went back here in the UK this weekend. Many of us are starting to feel the gloom that is associated with the start of winter. But is there anything we can do to embrace it? Well, many Scandinavian countries are well practiced at detailing with the cold and the dark. Here to tell us more is Mick Viking, who is author of the Sunday Times and New York Times bestseller, The Little Book of Hygge, The Danish Way to Live Well. Good to see you. Firstly, am I saying it right? We've had lots of debate about this in the office this morning.
I've heard many variations. I usually call it hygge.
Okay. What is it?
Well, I think the best short definition is the art of creating a nice atmosphere or the art of enjoying simple pleasures in life. So it's a key sort of value or tradition in Denmark, practiced throughout the year, but essentially it's really a survival strategy for winter. I know you get cold and dark in the UK. We get it even colder and darker here in Denmark, and it's a way to sort of make the best of the situation, creating a perfect night in and sort of enjoying what you can in the dark cold times.
We've just been seeing pictures of clearly Scandinavians eating some delicious iced Scandinavian bun, which would definitely cheer me up if I was given one of those. They are delicious and they're very big in the UK now as well. But what is your sort of top tip, aside from eating good pastries?
Pastries are tremendously important, and actually there was.
He's like, don't count out the pastries, okay? This is a vital process to staying not depressed during the winter. Pastries, okay, I'm gonna write that down.
A British mother who wrote me a few years ago after she discovered hygge that earlier she would have had an afternoon with her two kids, and they might have had tea on the sofa and some biscuits, and she would have called that a lazy afternoon. Now she calls it a hyggelig afternoon. So it was a way for her to remove the guilt. But lighting is tremendously important for Danes in creating a nice, warm, comforting atmosphere. It's why Danes, we use twice as many candles as number 2 in Europe. So you want.
Interesting.
Oh, never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
All right, people, a little lighting, maybe some candles, some pastries. That could help. Coming from a person who lives in almost perpetual winter, all the way up in Denmark. All right, it's not actually perpetual winter up there, let's be real. Technically have summer, too. But there you go, pastries, candles. I guess that's the solution according to one Danish man. All right, let's go here now to the Associated Press from 9 days ago. AP's most striking photos from nature in 2025, including all sorts of stuff. Oh, wow. Honestly, that's a pretty wild photo. Just look how close it is. Look at the definition on that. That is wild. It's almost like you could touch it. So teeny tiny. But seeing it all blown up like that is kind of crazy. Look at the detail on this. Aww. Aw, baby bird. Whoa. Yeah, these are some good photos for sure. look at the frog. Yeah, the frog is hilarious. Honestly, the lighting in that photo right there, though. Come on. Now that is an understanding of composition. Look at this photo. Look at it with the elk in the shadows, but then all the light directly behind it turns it into like a silhouette. That is beautiful. It's a great photo. But there you go, 2025 in pictures from the AP. It's a reindeer, you think? It looked like an elk to me. I suppose you could be right. You could be right. Don't call it an elk. Don't call it an elk back. I'm not doing what you want me to do. I know what you want me to do. I'm not doing it, okay? Not doing it. All right, let's go here. Move on from the environmental news. Got a couple of space news clips for you folks here. Let's start off with the future. Actually, both of these are for future. South Florida PBS 3 days ago. What to look for in 2026.
It's the end of 2025, star friends. Let's enjoy some stars before we head into 2026. Here are my favorites for a New Year's night. First, hit the darkness at midnight. Looking north, you'll see Cassiopeia on the left and Ursa Major on the right, with Ursa Minor in the middle. Turning east, Leo the Lion's backwards question mark with Regulus there. In the south, you'll spot Sirius the Dog Star and Canis Major, and if you're lucky, Lepus to its right and Columba's Fact right below it. Finally, the west, Aries, is next to an upside-down Andromeda. 2026 is another great year for skywatchers. 2 total lunar eclipses, the moon won't interfere with some good meteor showers, not to mention there will be a total solar eclipse in August with totality crossing Iceland and northern Spain. That one's gonna be locura. As always, thank you for watching, Stargazers. I'm Trace. Happy New Year. Keep looking up.
Well, there you go. Some interesting things for us to potentially look out for in the skies in 2026. Now, another thing to look out for out there in space is a rivalry. A newly burgeoning rivalry between China and Elon Musk.
Chinese rocket company Landspace is ready to take on
China!
Elon Musk and SpaceX. Earlier this month, the startup based in Beijing became the first in the country to test a reusable launcher. It aims to give China a cheap way to launch thousands of planned satellites. Landspace's Ju-283 successfully blasted off, but the booster failed to land safely, crashing after a problem during the landing burn. Despite the failure, the test energized China's space industry, long dominated by cautious, state-owned companies. Landspace's leadership is clear about studying SpaceX. In an interview, Deputy Chief Designer Dong Kai called the US firm's Falcon 9 a successful configuration that has been tested by engineering. He said that studying it was learning, not imitation. The Ju-283 takes features from SpaceX's giant Starship and applies them to its smaller rocket. That includes using a mix of methane and liquid oxygen for fuel. Such developments help cut launch costs, though the biggest savings result from reusing the main booster stage. All this has caught the attention of Elon Musk. He says Landspace's rocket should outperform his Falcon 9, though he said
And there we go. Will we see a 2026 rivalry between China's land space and Elon Musk's SpaceX? Who's to say? right, let's move on from the space news. I'm skipping this one. This is too boring. I try to watch these. The BBC has like this podcast. It's called The Newscast, and it is just painful. It is painful to watch. I'm sorry. They did like a review of the year 2025. I tried watching it earlier. I couldn't do it. And I watch a lot of really painfully boring stuff, but I just couldn't do it. I think it's a bad podcast. I think they do a really bad job of maintaining my goddamn attention. I'm not gonna lie. Just so terribly bad. And considering they, have all the funding in the world from BBC, seems weird. Seems weird to me if you ask me. Not that anybody is asking. Volunteering this opinion. Out of the blue. All right, let's go here really quickly to a 2026 message from President Emmanuel Macron of France. And I have no sound. Oh, it's because it's muted. It's going to be the main reason why we have no sound. Here we go. Did it. Solved it.
Françaises, Français, mes chers compatriotes.
My fellow citizens, this evening of the 31st of December, my thoughts are with those who ensure the continuity of the nation, security forces, fire brigades, care workers, all those who this evening are on the front line facing.
I wish he would just keep going and naming absolutely every profession that he could think of. Doctors, nurses, maintenance guys and or gals, engineers, mechanical engineers, civil engineers, aeronautical engineers, surgeons, brain surgeons, heart surgeons, osteopaths, chiropractic, whatever you call them, bakers. Just keep on going down. I think it would have been best. All right, I'm sorry. We're not gonna watch this whole thing. It's ridiculous. It's terrible. It's a terrible speech. Is this AI? It could be. Hard to say. Hard to say it could be AI. I do not know. What even is AI anymore? What does that even mean? Wait, how did it get locked on this? The hell? Yeah, there we go. I don't know why that happens. That's very annoying to me. All right, I've lost my place now. Okay, yeah, all right. France. Moving on from France. Quickly to Africa. While somehow not leaving France. France 24 English, 7 hours ago. Eye on Africa 2025. A year in review.
Thanks very much for staying with us. Time now for Eye on Africa with me, Georgia Calvin-Smith. And it has really been an honour to be able to follow the continent's heartbeat for yet another year. From the heartbreak and uncertainties of the war in Sudan to Africa's wrestling with White House unpredictability to the never-ending cascade of stories of creation, community, and
oh my God, this was such a fucking shameful moment. Somehow I almost forgot about this for a second, and now you've reminded me again of the white genocide in South Africa. No! Oh, God. Death, 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 death. Look, I printed it all out. We killed an entire tree just to show you a bunch of fake stuff that Stephen Miller and Elon Musk hooked up with Mecha Hitler.
Tonight.
Look at it. Look. Death, death, death. This is a article from a completely different country. Death, 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 death.
Take a peek back at some of what 2025 delivered for Africa. So, as a top third-placed finisher, Sudan's national football team has made it through to the last 16 of the Africa Cup of Nations, despite its 2-0 loss to Burkina Faso. That good fortune in Morocco, though, belies the turmoil that continues to deepen back home.
Do we have to relive this? I guess not. I mean, really, see, last night's stream was really in my control more so. Today we're letting other people do the recaps. Like I painstakingly put together 300 videos for last night. Tonight I got like 50. I'm letting everybody else do the recapping, just to make my life slightly easier, but it's going to bring up whatever it brings up. I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
As we look back over 2025, the war in Sudan, a brutal conflict behind the world's biggest humanitarian crisis, continues. Our Naba Mohideen reminds us of a crisis that's too often overlooked.
As 2025 comes to a close, Sudan remains deeply affected by the ongoing fighting between the Sudanese armed forces and the rapid support forces, the paramilitary force that is battling the Sudanese army since April 2023, with shifting front lines and persistent challenges for civilians. The year 2025 has seen an intensified fighting in regions like Darfur and Kordofan in particular, following RSF fully controlling all of Darfur states by October 2025, after capturing Al-Fashir city, the last stronghold for the army, the capital of North Darfur, and also right now Kordofan is the new battlefield.
Yeah, we can't forget about Sudan. It might be the new year, but it's still the same old situation on the ground down there. Tens of millions of people are starving. Many, many millions of people are displaced. I forget the exact number of people that are displaced. It's the biggest humanitarian crisis on the planet right now. And it does not get enough, enough discussion and or international help. I feel like people have just been watching it for years and just going, it's a civil war. Let them fight it out. Would you like some bombs? Okay, we're going to move on from Africa. Of course, Donald Trump also claimed victory in bringing peace to the DRC earlier this year, and then the same week, more fighting continued, and then the next week there was more fighting and other sorts of things, like hundreds of people died, or something like that, and it was bad. So it's not clear, because then the M23 said, actually, we're gonna. Sorry, we were being weird. Sorry, our bad. We're gonna leave. But then there were more reports saying, actually, the M23 didn't leave. Whatever. Who knows what's going on anyway? Maybe it's peace, maybe it's not peace. Who's to say? Better to just say peace, okay? It's very rude. All right, another recap from Vox. Or actually, maybe I'll do this one last. I think I'm going to do this one. Take it back. I'm going to do this one last. I'm going to do this one last. Let's go instead to this one. Honestly, we're almost done with the recap stuff from everybody here. We're going to start watching New Year's celebrations soon, I think. Very, very soon. All right. I'm afraid I have to do another difficult story. But we cannot forget, once again, while we're celebrating, that there's also a humanitarian crisis here. Might be familiar with it.
Israel will suspend over 24 humanitarian organizations from operating in Gaza, including major groups like CARE and Doctors Without Borders. The groups will have their licenses revoked in Israel on January 1st and will have to leave the country by March 1st. That's because Israel says they failed to comply with new registration rules that were designed to prevent the infiltration of the groups by Hamas or other militant organizations. The aid groups say they didn't comply with the rules because they were invasive and required them to give information about their Palestinian staff members in Gaza. More than 500 aid workers have been killed in Gaza over the course of the war. Israel, which made a commitment under the U.S. brokered ceasefire to keep aid going into Gaza at an adequate level, says that the ban won't have a measurable impact on the flow of aid. But aid organizations are disputing that, saying it's not just about the amount of aid entering Gaza, but it's also about the services that they're providing. Shayna Lowe, a communications advisor for the...
Wow, Israel bans a dozen aid organizations from entering the Strip, and they're like, how is this going to affect aid entering the Strip? Exactly.
I don't want reality.
Fucking ridiculous. So yeah, while we're all trying to celebrate, you know, and I mean, people down in the Gaza Strip are still trying to celebrate the New Year as well. But the resources they need to attempt to just survive is being prevented from entering. All right, here's a throwback from 2025. Let's talk about, I don't know why. Well, I mean, I know why to some degree, but like, it's not like I did like a ton of like, just like, most of these were just recaps, but I just decided to keep this one in here. Let's go here. Look back, throwback 2025 from SBS News Australia. One Aussie artist spreading a message with posters across.
Remember these posters? Nearly a decade ago, they began popping up around the country, single-handedly painted and posted by this guy, Adelaide artist Peter Drew.
I am proud of Australia, and I feel pissed off really when other people tell me what Australia is.
The subjects are all people who were exempt from the White Australia Policy's discriminatory dictation test, which ran from 1901 to 1957. He uses art and this former racist policy to challenge what it means to be and who exactly is Australian.
I want to reach out to the people who are afraid of people that don't look like them, because that's sort of a part of being human, I think. But also, I hope that the posters make new arrivals in Australia feel welcome and that they can belong here as much as I do.
The project started in 2016, provoking conversation at a time when racial tension was high. With anti-immigration sentiment again growing, he's reprising the project with 6 new posters.
These things don't really go away. That fear of the other, the racism that sort of it creates, I don't think it ever disappears.
The most famous poster, Muslim Cameleer Monga Khan, which was torn down at those recent anti-immigration rallies in Adelaide. Of course, he's turned the moment into art.
They should have a moment to reflect on that and ask themselves, are we, being Aussie, is this sort of behaviour really strong, or is this a weak thing to do?
His work also makes people feel seen, like Nationals MP Ganesh Singh.
He encouraged me actually to look at my own great-grandfather's early photos to see if we could find anything.
In the National Archive, Ganesh found this, unseen photos and documents of his great-grandfather who immigrated to Australia in the late 1800s, and his exemption from the White Australia Policy's dictation test.
As a nation, we've got to be mature enough to have a conversation about immigration without necessarily tying that back to the immigrants who are already here, already contributing to modern Australian life.
I just thought that was a great story.
2025 was welcomed with a bang.
The golden age of America begins right now.
President Trump. I need you to stop talking. You need to stop talking. 5 minutes until the new year. Yep. If you're on the West Coast, I suppose, yeah, almost exactly 5 minutes. Yeah, I just thought that was a great campaign, art, whatever you want to call it, project. That just I thought really spoke to me. I felt that America could use such a thing too. We gotta find a way to do that around here. People to ask themselves the question: who is American? Huh? Who? All right, last video before we move on to looking at all the New Year's celebrations that have been going down across the country. The final recap.
2025 was welcomed with a bang.
The golden age of America begins right now.
President Trump is the father of our movement.
Breaking news overnight, the social media app TikTok
went dark.
I want to thank President Trump for his commitment to work with us.
Users are migrating to a different video sharing platform.
Welcome to Red Note.
6 different wildfires in fire-ravaged LA.
It's believed some 12,000 homes and structures have burned to the ground.
Gestures some are comparing
to a Nazi salute.
This is an order creating and implementing the Department of Governmental Efficiency, known as DOGE.
One of his targets.
The USAID, thousands of staff and contractors were fired.
The president has ordered
to end all federal diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, programs.
Elon Musk bids farewell to the White House today.
DOGE is done.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Jeffrey Epstein files
were released last night.
Many of the documents were heavily redacted.
Houthi PC small group.
They were running a war plan on a messaging app and didn't even know who was invited into the conversation.
Houthis is short for who's these idiots running our government?
The deadliest plane crash in more than 2 decades in the U.S.
claimed the lives of over 24 athletes, coaches, and family members.
We cannot just let this break us.
Turn now to the Super Bowl halftime show. Kendrick Lamar will be the first solo hip-hop artist to headline.
Gaga set the world record
for the highest attended concert by a female artist.
2.5 million fans attended it.
Puerto Rican superstar Bad Bunny making history with his first ever residency.
Bad Bunny said you were lit.
Everybody was feeling it. And the Oscar goes to
Long Live Independent Film.
Sinners is topping the box office charts.
Have a wonderful last day.
A man charging at Ariana Grande as she walked a red carpet.
K-pop Demon Hunters, the movie, Netflix's most streamed movie of all time.
Wow.
People waiting on long lines for hours.
Trump telling Zelensky in a meeting,
"You're gambling with World War III."
America's really scary right now.
Hilmar Abrego Garcia was deported to El Salvador, an administrative error.
Sending National Guard troops into Washington.
Rallies across the country opposing President Trump's agenda.
As part of Saturday's No Kings protest.
Gen Z protests erupting in pockets around the globe.
We are the movement.
Nepal has been upended by a youth quake.
At least 22 killed in anti-government protests on the streets of Madagascar.
Growing questions about what caused that catastrophic ship crash into the Brooklyn Bridge.
Astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore are back on Earth.
I feel super connected to love.
Free for the win and goal!
Last night in Game 7 of the NBA Finals, he tore his Achilles.
The NBA champion resides in Oklahoma.
Galactic. We just completed a sub goal. Thank you very much, Omega Star, for the subscription. 16 months in a row. Incredible. Incredible galactic dedication that you're exhibiting. By the way, everybody, if you look up in the left-hand corner, that is, I believe, the Space Needle in Seattle. A lot of fog. But looks like it's about to be... what do you call it? New Year's, that's what it's called. On the West Coast. Let's go live here. Sorry, everybody. But I figured we got plenty of West Coast viewers here. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Happy New Year, West Coast. Oh no, I took down the goddamn confetti. Son of a bitch. I took down the confetti. There we go. There we go. Betty. Happy New Year, West Coast. Happy New Year. All right, people. Happy New Year once again to the West Coast. Okay. Okay, people. Oopsies, what did I just do? Don't do that. Don't do that. Why is that? Don't ever move that. That should never move. I don't know why you would do that. What was I gonna say? Oh, right. Right. Okay. Well, that's gonna end the third half of the Galactic stream here tonight. We have to go to another quick intermission, but do not worry, of course. We will be right back after these brief messages. Oh my god. Omega Star just gifted 10. Count them. 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Omega Star. Incredible galactic generosity over on the YouTube. Who got all of the galactic memberships? Christopher Tablante. Membership. Afroponics. Membership. Mr. Spock. Membership. Jem Williams. Membership. Mish. Membership. Lunar Spunk. Membership. Lanzetta. Membership. Harry Puddles. Also having a membership. Cheetah Man. Membership. And Chris Garrett. Oh, everybody. Enjoy the galactic memberships. Each and every one of you are now definitely a little bit more galactic. Got access to a whole bunch of sweet, sweet space emotes. And who knows what else. I don't know. I'm just the guy who's in charge of it. There's stuff. Oh, right. Secret content, too, technically. I'm actually considering making part 2 of the 2025 recap a membership-only video. Maybe get a couple of people who want to watch that. One half of the thing. I'll also probably upload the whole stream in entirety from Twitch up to Patreon at some point as well. Incredible. Thank you, Omega. Happy New Year to you as well. All right, quick galactic break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Alrighty, everyone. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Maybe hit that like button too while you're at it. Do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube with the super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch with the bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of YouTube and or Amazon. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Give yourself the gift of Galactic patronage this year. Only $3 a month, 10 cents a day. That's basically free. And at the same time, you get an incredible number of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. It's truly incredible. Things like an avatar on one of the intermission screens, like the pool, the bar, the lake, or the street. That's not all, though. Get yourself a shout out at the end of each and every one of our shows. Much, much more in store for patrons. Just go on to the Patreon to find out. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. My phone died again. That's good. All right, everybody. I think you know what that sound means. It means, of course, that it is time for us to get back to the stream. We've gotten through all the recapping that I wanted to do. Now it's time for just to fully embrace 2026 here together. See some of the celebrations that everybody has been getting up to in their respective countries and cities and such. Alright, well, let's start off with some New Year's messages from a little green blob you might be familiar with.
Seven, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! I love everyone so much! Mrs. Sorry, Basil. Dropped your phone again. I mean, oh boy. It's dropping all the time, boy. Oh, is that a quack? Oh, classic.
Okay, there's little chef with some New Year's wishes for us all. Such a cute little ball of felt, or whatever he is. Whatever that little chef is, I don't care. Super cute. All right. Now, we already watched the celebrations in New York. We watched the celebrations in Seattle for the West Coast countdown just now. Now, let's go all the way down south. He says, as far as the United States is concerned, to Florida. You might be asking yourself, where else but Palm Beach, of course, the epicenter of all things Florida. Let's go to a New Year's Eve bash. Fort Lauderdale. I'm sorry, is this Fort Lauderdale? No. No, I think it is. I think it is Palm Beach. Why did I say Fort Lauderdale just now? Oh, because I can't read. That does not say Fort Lauderdale. I think I was right the first time. Okay, there we go. We got video. But the sound is really quiet. Ah, Palm Beach. What an amazing place. I love these two. I love this couple. This 90-year-old man, this woman in her late 20s, maybe early 30s here. They are quite a couple. The Crypt Keeper and Christy Gnome Clone. You might be asking yourself, why the hell are we watching this right now, Shima? Well, there's going to be some big people, some notable attendees at this party, I promise you. We're watching it for a reason. Honestly, I wouldn't want to miss a single one of them. They're so notable. Although there's no way we're watching this whole thing. Is that Christy? Look at that, Christy. No, Christy Gnome. Is that Christy? I can't tell. Is that Christy? No, they all look the same. They all look the same. Is that not Christy Gnome? It is so hard to tell. I don't think it is. It's just a Christy Gnome look-alike. It could be Christy, though. It's hard to say. She might just have so much makeup on. She's like... she looks like a different person. But it really does look like her. Look at these two. What the fuck is going on? What is this fire hazard? Why do you... What is this strange thing I'm looking at? You got a cellist and a violinist standing on oddly shaped, like a rectangular platform in the middle of a bunch of candles. What if they fall? That seems dangerous. Oh my god, the music sucks in this thing. This is much better at 2.5 times speed. Much more upbeat and fun. These guys are really good. I love how they're only playing patriotic music. Like, they can't even throw, like, one Rihanna cover or something in there. Just shitty songs from, like, 1800. They just keep playing the same ones over and over again. It's almost like they're waiting for someone specific. It's like just the same 3 songs. Uh-oh. Who is that? Is that Lara? Oh, no. Lara and Eric are here. Lara and Eric. Where's my I'm a good boy sound shot? I lost it. Where's good boy? I'm glad he said I'm a good boy. I am a good boy. Got Laura and Eric there. Who is this woman? All right, we might need to slow this down. I have no idea who these weirdos are. Eric got a date. He did, it's true. It's a very violently green dress. I hate it. Is that Sam Altman? God bless Armenia. long are they going to keep playing God Bless America? Seriously, how long? Was that fucking... What's her name? Alina? Was that Alina Habba just now? I think that was Alina Habba. Doesn't that look like Alina? Doesn't that kind of look like Alina Habba? Hold on. So hard to tell. The fact is, I feel like when the Republican women get dressed up, they all just look like the carbon copies of each other, and it gets really hard to tell between the, you know? They got that makeup going and all that, you know? It just, it gets tough. It's just all makeup. It's hard to tell who's who. Is that Stephen Miller? There was a guy, I noticed a guy walking around doing security. I think he looked like Stephen Miller. I don't think it was actually Stephen Miller. I don't think they would ever actually give Stephen Miller the job of securing anything. I love how the Secret Service is just all over this bitch right now. There's so many Secret Service guys here. It's mostly Secret Service guys. There's like 30 people here and then like 10,000 Secret Service guys. Oh, it's the president. And Melania. Everybody be best, okay? Everybody be best. Alright, now I'm doing a combination Trump-Melania voice. I gotta pick one. Peace on Earth. Earthly peace. Thank you. Good question. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you for the question. Donald J. Trump. Was that sounded like Dana White. Was that Dana White? Is Dana White the MC at this event? Okay, there you go. That's all we need of this. It was the president. President and all of his minions were at the party, as it turns out. Oh wait, we need a message. I forgot he made a speech. We almost didn't get the speech from the president. That would have been terrible.
The entire military, 1776. $1,776, that's not bad. We're extremely happy.
Ah.
But we're doing great as a country. We're back. We're strong. I didn't think it could happen this fast. It's happening a lot faster than anybody would have thought possible. We have a lot of leaders here, great leaders like Tom Emmer. I watched him on television. He was talking about Somalia today. Where's Tom? He was talking about the Somalian population, and not very nicely. He was not nice. But that's okay. It isn't.
Happy New Year, everybody. And just a reminder, Somalia is a shithole country. What is wrong with this guy? What in the hell? What is wrong with this guy? I don't understand. Why is he incapable of saying anything? Like, what the hell is wrong with Donald Trump? I swear to God. This is his New Year message, everybody.
He's great. What a great leader he is. We need you in Minnesota. We need you in Minnesota. He's actually in Washington. Big, powerful congressman. But you did a great job today, Tom. Thank you very much. We all appreciate it.
Thank you, Tom. Great job.
Take back our country. Can you
great, really great job.
$18 billion. That's just what we're...
They stole $830 billion. Tom Homan and Stephen Miller tell me that they stole $73 trillion. And that is why Minnesota is going to disappear. The only way to make it so that Minnesota doesn't get completely removed from the timeline is if we get rid of all of the Somalis. Okay? It's the only way we can do it. I'm sorry. All right, well, let's move on from the president and the festivities, if you can call them that, down there in Mar-a-Lago. Not Mar-a-Lago. I don't think it was Mar-a-Lago. It was I think it was like an event space down in Palm Beach. It's a weird vibe over there. Real weird vibes. All right, let's try and find some better vibes around here. All right, let's go to Canada, CBC News. Live New Year's Eve countdown to 26. Live stream. Oh, damn, they were doing a lot of... Wow. I think this was in Halifax, although I can't be sure. But it says Halifax right here, 12:01 a.m. It would make sense. All right, I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit.
Just a couple of months ago, I was up in Pond Inlet, Mitamatali, because they would say in the Nukatun language. And I met him there. It was the first time I met him. He came up to me. It was fantastic. And so to see him again tonight, reporting from Iqaluit is fantastic.
Listen, we have a great team of journalists up there. They've been incredibly busy, and they're about to be even busier because we're going to spend a lot more time talking about the North. As we're talking here, I'm looking at the shot, and I'm realizing I always thought we were the same height. It's just very strange to me.
I am actually trying to bend here, to be honest, right? Who cut this hole in the floor here, right?
I don't know what's going on. I'm 5'9", so I don't know.
Well, that makes me horrifyingly tall. Okay, that's quite something.
You'll be fine. All right, where are we at? We are 2 minutes away from the countdown in the
I feel like we should be hanging on to our drinks.
Already?
No, maybe not. No.
We're all right.
I take it back.
No, we're not ready for the beverages
yet. What was that Newfoundland slush?
So this was excellent. This was, basically it was a lot of sugar.
Pineapple.
Pineapple, maraschino cherries.
We were drinking a Shirley Temple version of that.
So it's no alcohol version, which is good. You have the choice.
We are professionals, David. We are trying to.
And when are you going to start doing that?
Wow.
I don't partake anymore. So.
Right, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Look at that CN Tower.
I know,
it's gorgeous. This is going to be a fantastic night for fireworks.
It is actually. We're very lucky because, hearing the stories in Nunavut that they weren't able to do the fireworks because of the weather. But why don't we just take a moment and take in what it sounds like here?
Yeah.
All right, we want to welcome our BC viewers and get ready to celebrate. This is live Cross Canada Countdown. We're about to ring in 2026 right here in Eastern Time. So, all right, everybody, we are like 45 seconds away. This has been a fantastic night. It is impressive to see how many people are out. You can't always tell, but it's been building over the last 4 hours. People on the skating rinks. It's been good music.
I'm feeling warmer all of a sudden.
I know.
And yes, we have some heaters here, which helps. But it's just there's a vibe going on.
Yeah, there is. It's a very good vibe. All right, you've got this beautiful look. I think we should count down.
I think we should.
Should we count it? All right, let's go. 8, 7,
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
Yeah!
Oh, yeah!
What?
Woo! Yeah! Where'd she go?
All right, so that was the CN Tower, which means, is that Vancouver? I think, is that, wait, no. No, 4 hours ago. CN Tower, that's Toronto, right? That's Toronto. That is Toronto right there, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, let's move on from Canada. See how people have been celebrating the New Year down in Mexico. Oh, also, thank you, Choki, for the super chat. Happy New Year. GSL in chat. Happy New Year to you, Choki. Happy New Year to you. That's obviously Winnipeg, is it? Is it obvious? That is a ton of people in the streets. Holy fuck. Everybody is out there. This is a wild ass party. They've got straight up like club lights going on in the middle of the streets. Just completely filled streets. Wow, wow, wow. Shit is wild down there in Mexico. There's too many lights to figure out where the actual ball drop for them is. It's just, it's too much. Oh my god, they got like pyrotechnics over here, laser light show. I'm not sure where that was. I want to say Mexico City, but I could be wrong. Okay, let's go over to the United Kingdom. See the fireworks in London. This is 8 hours ago. We'll be right back, chat.
Snoop around in 2025, shall we? It's been a positively tropical summer. It's gonna be hot, hot, hot.
Who needs to go abroad when you got weather like this?
I like it hot, but I don't like it this hot.
Okay, thank you.
Intime et abritée d'amitié et d'amour, une alcôve. Paris, intime comme une chambre. Fou amoureux d'une femme.
This is wild.
Parfois je pense à Paris si on
The visuals on this are freaking wild.
protégé, fermé, abrité, intime. Le bruit de la pluie de l'autre côté de la fenêtre. L'esprit et le corps à l'intimité. Paris et tout, aux amitiés, aux amours, silencieux et vides comme ce qui m'ensorcelle. C'est pas intime comme une chambre. Paris tout entier, tout conçu pour l'intimité.
Chat seems upset about the possibility of an Arc de Trump in DC. Why is it you are so averse to a Trumpian arc back in Washington, DC? It would be glorious. I do not understand why you do not want it and you think it's a bad use of taxpayer dollars. Damn it, France, why are you using fireworks in the middle of your freaking thing over here? I don't understand. Okay, I need to know. Fireworks should tell us when the ball drops, and now you've screwed me. How am I to know? There we go. Quite the New Year's spectacle going on over here in Paris. Happy New Year, France. All right, let's move it along. We still got more things to see. From France to wherever this is. Ras Al Khaimah? What is that, like the UAE or something? Okay, that's wild. What do you figure they did to achieve this effect? Because I feel like it's got to be like drones, right? Drones with like pyrotechnics like attached, right? Like you just set up the drones on a particular whatever, right? And then you hook up some pyrotechnics, and they just got to have them big enough to be able to deal with it. It's pretty wild looking though. I think it was mostly a drone show. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm fairly certain those are drones. It's the only thing that makes sense. All right, let's go down to India. This is from 14 hours ago. Wow, India's been living in the future for quite some time now.
what love is the feeling slice. Don't count for much.
仲有大約1分鐘嘅時間咧，我哋就會進入2026年啦。
I keep muting myself because I've been running around doing all this stuff in the that's my bad. But yeah, they got a bunch of boomers on stage over here playing music in Hong Kong for some reason. I'm just not clear why. Terrible, worst music ever. Damn, dude. France was like, we'll turn the Arc de Triomphe into a light show, and that would be good enough. And Hong Kong was like, no, we will turn entire skyscrapers into light shows.
China?
Okay, Hong Kong. You do you. Yeah, a fireworks-less light show. All right, from Hong Kong to Tokyo. Japan's New Year 2026 live celebrations streamed 17 hours ago. Wow, the audio is super out of sync with the video. Like, really bad. Like, that was wild. Like, the sound went off like a good second and a half, maybe 2 seconds before it actually hit the bell. That was wild. I can't watch that. I can't. I'm sorry. It's just, the sound is so bad. It's just, no, can't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Sorry, Japan. Happy New Year. Look, I didn't get to watch all of these yet, or I just sort of chucked them together as best I could. Don't worry, though. Hopefully, the compilation of New Year celebrations from around the world from BBC News and or Global News that I have for the end of the stream will help me round out some of the picks that I pulled here. Let's go to Australia. See the fireworks celebration there in Sydney.
4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New
All right, well, there's Australia's New Year celebrations. Now, on BBC News, 13 hours ago, some of the New Year's celebrations from around the world. Jesus, 6 hours long this thing is? Good God. Okay, starts with New Zealand. That makes sense. This is Sydney still. My God, this was a long show in Sydney. It's a ridiculous number of fireworks in Sydney. Look, it's still going. Like 45 minutes later. Just goddamn Sydney. Is everyone in 2026 now? No. I don't think so. Hawaii? Still 2025 over there. for 53 minutes. This is an interesting tradition here in Japan.
埼玉県上里町菅原神社です。田畑に囲まれた集落にあります。地域の人たちが祈るのは世界の平和。今も各地で争いがやみません。この神社の神職、ウクライナ出身の梅林テチャナさんです。16年前に来日した後、神道について学び神職になりました。2022年ロシアによるウクライナへの侵攻が始まって以来、祖国の親族や友人を思い祈りを捧げてきました。そして地域の人々の平和への意識も高まっています。ウクライナでの戦争をきっかけにこの神社に奉納された絵はおよそ50。
Okay, I'm gonna skip past this. Beijing. Nope, that's Sydney. That's Sydney again. Oh my God, look at this.
The city of Beijing is ready to write yet another chapter, and we're looking forward to the ensemble of bells and drums. And just like you, now a lot of people are waiting for the arrival of 2026 at multiple venues across the city. Let's go and take a look together!
What's happening? Oh, I think they have like some like they got like video screen somewhere. Oh shit. What's going on here? Something's happening there. Okay, hold on. There you go. Beijing. Welcoming in the new year. Like not eating one of the scenes is confusing you? I'm sorry. Very sorry, Monup. Yeah, no fireworks there either. Just a drum and light show. A lot of people opting for light shows over fireworks, seemingly. What else do they have here? No, we already watched this one. No, we don't need that. I think that might be it on those. Which actually means that we are, I'm afraid to say, nearly done with the stream. Although I don't want to do that until the full. I was considering the kind of stream that we are. There's no way we're ending until 2026 is here for absolutely everybody. So I'm just going to pull up a live stream instead. Just going to pull up a live stream instead. Because that would be ridiculous if the Galactic News Network just called it on New Year's Eve before it's actually officially New Year's, before everybody, absolutely everybody. That'd be, that's unacceptable.
Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it.
Prudent at this juncture.
Won't be doing that tonight. Thank you very much. Let's see. Who should we go with? Who would be the people doing the New Year's thing still? Trying to think. Maybe Kayhan 2 News live? No? Really? I would have assumed that the Hawaii news station that the multiple Hawaii news stations that I am subscribed to on YouTube would be live. Very strange, guys. Very, very strange. Alright, I guess we'll watch this. What is this? What is this? What am I clicking? That's a terrible stream. I need something better than that. I need something better than that, because that's terrible. I guess we'll just watch this live stream while this is going. Oh, actually, there was one thing that I wanted to watch that I didn't watch. We did not watch this whole thing, did we? Yeah, I guess we could rewatch this while we wait. Why are we suddenly talking horoscopes in chat? This happened suddenly. That happens suddenly and unexpectedly. Wait, what happened? No. Oh my god. I thought this was happening later today. No way. Oh my god. Well, like, you gotta see this. We gotta watch this. No way. I thought this was gonna be later today.
Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year to all of you. And I can't think of a better way to usher in 2026 than to be amongst family and friends and to inaugurate the man who will bring about a new era. Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year to all of you. And I can't think of a better way to usher in 2026 than to be amongst family and friends and to inaugurate the man who will bring about a new era of progress, promise, and prosperity for New York City. Zoran, I am so proud of what you have accomplished, and I'm filled with joy about what we will accomplish for our beloved city over the coming years. And so with that, let us begin. Please repeat after me and raise your right hand. I, Zoran Kwame Mamdani, Zoran Kwame Mamdani, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of New York, the Constitution of the State of New York, and the Charter of the City of New York, and the Charter of the City of New York, and that I will faithfully discharge and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of the Mayor of the City of New York, according to the best of my ability. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, there it is. Zoran Mamdani, sworn in officially as mayor. They did it right at midnight, apparently. I thought we were going to be doing this morning. Apparently, I was wrong. Who was that? What's that sound? Follow. Homeless Shrek. Thank you for the follow. I still can't find a adequate live stream here for the Hawaii folks. I feel bad about that. But literally, like, I love how all of the live streams are just done now. Everybody's like, nah, screw Hawaii. Incredibly rude. But what I find strangest about this Hawaii is the fact that you aren't doing a live stream, right? Like, I'm subscribed to 2 different Hawaiian news networks, Hawaii News Now and Keihan 2 News, and neither of them are live. What are you guys doing over there? You're just gonna sleep through the new year or something? What the hell's going on? Are you just taking off to go surfing or something? What the hell? What the hell, Hawaii? Get it together. That's what I've got to say to you. Trying to think of what we should do. I kind of thought this would take me slightly longer. We're only 6 hours into this thing, which technically means it's break time. And maybe that's what we'll do. We'll just go to an extended break. And then... No, that's not what I wanted to do. Don't do that to me. We'll do an extended break situation, and then we'll try and count down for the full end of 2025. That sounds reasonable to me, does it not to you, Space Fams? Can I check if Anchorage, Alaska did fireworks? I could do that. I still have that window open. I think I lost it. Oh no, I run out of things to drink over here. It's a real disaster. I need to stop to this. I need to stop at the store. I don't see. No, I don't. I don't. Oh, here. What is this? Alaska Anchorage. Alaska New Year Countdown 2026. They're playing Christmas music over here. Jesus Christ. There's no way I'm listening to more Christmas music right now. And this is not... Yep. No dice. I can't find any. Although it may just be my lack of hard effort at it. I'm just not seeing anything. I guess maybe if I search something more specific. Maybe, or if I like went... if I really... I'm seeing like old videos, but I'm not seeing any new ones. I don't think anybody live streamed them. They may very well have done them. It's weird. It's weird. Alaska, Hawaii. Just completely left out of this whole situation, seemingly. I feel bad. I kind of feel bad. So we've got people who watch the stream who are from Alaska and Hawaii. I know this for a fact. You're sorry. Why are you sorry? I was just trying to do the thing that you were. I feel bad. It's not your fault. It's not like you're in charge of the fireworks, or are you? If you are, what the hell? Otherwise, not sure. I'm not sure that we can blame you for this. Oh God. Okay. Let me look for... Yeah. I guess we'll just play that. That seems fine. If Geode was in charge, I'd be able to find them. Yeah, that would make sense. You would think. You would think. So that's the question, was why is Geode not in charge of the fireworks? Who do we have to talk to about that? All right, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put the countdown clock back up for people. That'll be I think that's the closest I can do right now. Since we can't find a live stream for Hawaii, we will just put up a new clock like we had earlier. All right, I need you to chill out over here, I Jedi, on all of the religious talk, okay? We don't need this. Using the Lord's name in vain caused the Dark Ages. This is nonsense. This Christian fundamental shit that you're doing in here, I'm not into it. And if you don't chill on it, you're gonna get banned, okay? Just be aware. It's gonna happen. Well, I warned you, Jedi. You have been timed out for a full day. Enjoy the one-day ban. Maybe when you come back, you will have learned your lesson. If not, probably going to extend it, perhaps indefinitely. Look at that, everybody. 1 minute left until the official end of 2026. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, planet Earth. Happy New Year, Earth. Everybody, that's official. 2026 is here. Can't stop it now. No stop. Alright, everybody, so what I am going to do right now, since I love you all so very much, Space Fams, I'm not going to end the stream. I'm going to keep the party going into the new year here. I'm just going to put us over at the Galactic UN for a little bit. I will be right back. I'm going to try and go over to the store real quick and grab some hydration. I unfortunately went through everything I had over here. And no more mimosas left, so I need to get hydration. I'm gonna walk real quick. I'll be right back. Just gonna transport myself down to Earth and grab some things I need, and I'll be back. Just let y'all hang out together here going into the new year. All right, mods. Wherever you are.